looks like we're live. Hello, Kayla. Have you got us set up for live?
Yep, I'm just waiting for it to log on and I'll let you know. And you're live, Your Worship.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Kayla, for being our clerk designate here tonight. And I know we have our clerk Pam Fettis with us. Our CAO is online here, and I believe our deputy clerk is with us as well as a great group of staff have joined us. Welcome, council. We have just had an in-camera session, and so now we're in our open session here for the 14th of August, or 14th of September. Gosh, August, eh? Just went by like crazy. 14th of September council meeting, 2020. Item number 2 is the approval of the agenda. So a recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby approve the agenda dated September the 14th, 2020 as presented. I'll need a mover and seconder. Councillor Leishman, Councillor Broderick. Any discussion or any questions on the agenda? Councillor Walker. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just would like maybe a clarification to make sure that 11.2, is it? Councillor Patterson's report is not a duplication of the last meeting's defeated motion. Just a clarification on that, please. Under 2.3 of our procedural bylaw.
Councillor Walker, I appreciate that. Can you ask Councillor, Madam Clerk, there you are. Hello, Pam.
Hello.
Pam, could you outline for council and the public what the status is of Councillor Patterson's 11.2 on our agenda?
Sure, I'd be happy to elaborate a little bit further. So Councillor Patterson's motion that is brought before you under agenda item 11.2, in my opinion, it isn't a duplication of the resolution that council defeated in August. The resolution that was defeated by council in August asked for a public survey to be conducted. This resolution that's before you today talks about public engagement, and public engagement can take on different forms. So in my opinion, it's not a duplication. In saying that, however, there is a procedural technicality with this one. So back in July 2017, with the notice of motion that council did endorse, and that was to direct staff to come back September 28th with a bylaw for council's consideration and discussion. If council were to go forward with these items, my understanding from staff is that it would take quite a bit more time to compile this information than the September 28th deadline. So if council wants to go forward with reviewing this report and possibly entertaining this motion, it's my opinion that a motion of reconsideration would have to be brought forward first. And the part that council would be reconsidering would be the September 28th deadline. I think that's all. One more thing, sorry, and it's very important. With motions of reconsideration, it has to be somebody that moves it from the prevailing side. So what that means is because the motion passed, somebody who voted in favor of the motion would have to be the one to bring it forward, the motion of reconsideration. So they would have to be the mover. The seconder could be anybody, but it would have to be somebody that voted in favor of the July 27th notice of motion from Councillor Broderick to actually move that motion of reconsideration. I think that summarizes my thoughts, Your Worship, and I'd be happy to answer any procedural questions that council may have. I see a couple hands.
All right, thank you, Council, or thank you, Madam Clerk. I see some council hands too. So just before we go on, the procedural bylaw is the instrument, of course, that we use to conduct our meetings. And Councillor Patterson exercised his diligence as a councillor to submit a councillor's report, which in our procedural bylaw is permitted. But as I'm interpreting what you are saying, and as Councillor Walker has pointed out, that it may be in conflict with 2.3 of the procedural bylaw. So that's how I'm understanding this discussion. All right, Deputy Mayor Burton is the first one I saw, and then of course Councillor Patterson. I'm looking for anybody else. Okay, Deputy Mayor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, and this is your worship, and this is to the clerk. So we had a very similar situation that happened at county last week, and I was under the understanding it had to be somebody from the defeated side who had to put forth the motion, not the winning side. That was, could you clarify that, and or in Robert's rules, because there was some confusion about that at county council, and it had to be somebody from the defeated side who had to put forth the motion for reconsideration.
Yeah, so I knew I'd get that question. So I actually have my Robert's Rules book of order here. So that's great.
Thank you.
So let me just find the section here. So just bear with me just for one moment here. Okay, so it says here, motion of reconsideration. It can be made only by a member who voted with the prevailing side. In other words, a reconsideration can be moved only by one who voted aye if the motion involved was adopted. So aye is yes in ours.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Welcome.
Thank you. Interesting question though, Deputy Mayor, because the motion at County Council, their council being a quorum of 32, it's an equal number, and 16 was the number on both sides. So there wasn't a prevailing or a failing side. It just was a motion lost. So that would be an interesting one too for Robert's rules to determine.
And sorry, so just to clarify, I don't want to put in advice for the county clerk that if the motion lost, then it would be somebody that voted against it, because they would have to bring the motion forward because the motion lost.
There you go.
Give you the right advice.
And it could have been my misinterpretation of what happened at county.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Patterson is next. I have my copy of the procedure bylaw right here, so I was just refreshing it again. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a clarification to inform this decision before us. First of all, I don't think we have a motion yet, so.
No, we're having a discussion.
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss it. The motion on the 27th did not ask for consideration and approval. The words in that discussion, and the clerk and I had this discussion this morning, they asked that the council, it be a draft proposal, recommendation, and draft bylaw be returned to council and for further consideration. Okay, so I would say to start with that it's always been my impression that once we get a draft proposal on the 28th, that we would have further discussion. And one of my interests, of course, and I brought it up several times, you heard one version of the survey, has been public engagement. And during the 27th meeting and during the August 2nd meeting, there was a general agreement in this council in the discussions that there would be further public engagement in the process. So what I didn't see in the motion on July 27th was specific reference to public engagement. So rather than wait till the 28th and then find out for some reason that was miscommunicated or not communicated, I bring this thing forward. The second procedural point I'll make is that if a reconsideration is needed on any of these points, and I would like an opportunity while council deliberates to explain why I don't think it does, but if it is required, there's a remedy for that procedurally. okay, without harming the elements of my motion that are not reconsiderations. And that remedy is when we have, in this case, 4 points in the resolution, the mover has the option to suggest that we take them point by point. And so once it's on the table for discussion, moved and seconded in the proper place on the agenda, if there was some discussion on whether or not the date of September the 28th would change because of council consideration and approval of this motion, that would be the proper time. And I submit that would be the proper time procedurally to do that. And I would like to also just provide a comment that I in no way am intending to defer the 28th date. Okay, contrary to some discussions we've had before, other ways I thought we should have done this, given that the staff has worked on this. You know, we're only 2 weeks away. And subject to the provisions I have in this motion, having the public having something at least in draft form, even if incomplete, but at least with some of the details there, it would be at least the next step for the public to understand the decision that's before council. Not my intention to defer this. I've often expressed the expression that we should take the time it's needed. What's the rush? But that's not the intent of this. And I think if you have a concern from that, I think the proper place procedurally is not to injure the other points that are in my motion. We've not reconsidered, we've never considered before some of the other points I have there. And I think there's an expectation for the public to have some of those done. And so it's not to be seen as closing the door on some of these points, which I think will harm the integrity of our decision. I would ask that we just handle it procedurally as we have in other places. If there's a particular objectionable part of my motion, handle it when it's on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Is there anybody else? Because Madam Clerk, go ahead, and I'm looking for some direction here from council as we're currently at approval of agenda. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. So I think the intention of staff from the resolution passed July 27th was that they would be bringing forward a report accompanying the bylaw, because that's what we always do. So that's why when we looked at this resolution, all the points that are in Councillor Patterson's report under item number 2, I think there's about 4 different items. Those would all need to be part of that report. The second part of his comments talked about going point by point, and certainly with other resolutions, we do that as well too. And you know, if council were to modify those items, then perhaps, you know, September 28th would be achievable. But if it's okay with you, Your Worship, I just like the CAO to weigh in on how much work is involved in each of the items that Councillor Patterson has put forward for council's consideration.
I appreciate that. Mr. Sage is there. Again, I'm still looking for some direction here. Go ahead, Mr. Sage.
Yes, Your Worship, to our clerk's point. So here we are sort of debating the points before we have them approved on the agenda. So I'm wanting to be cautious going down that slippery slope. But there are some points in the request, particularly one that I know that the required inclusion by staff would not occur until after January. So that's impossible to meet September 28th. Today is the 14th, and that report has to be in the deputy clerk's hands on the 21st. So there's about 4.5 business days between now and when that report has to be completed. I would, you know, staff have many projects they're working on at the same time. I don't believe any of those points could be met by Monday morning. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor McKechnie, I believe I saw your card up earlier and we've been going back and forth with staff. Would you like to jump in with a comment?
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that the original motion of July the 27th, just want to remind everyone that on September the 28th, that it will just be brought forward back to council for further discussion. There's no consideration, there's no approval, further discussion. That's what the motion says. We're just going to be discussing it on July the 28th. I think that we should leave Councillor Patterson's motion on the table, approve the agenda. Let's get going.
All right, thank you for that. Actually, I would like to support you on one comment there for sure, Councillor, and that is that we will take a look at any motion and we'll follow the procedure, whether there be any amendments, whether there be any changes or wordsmithing done from the report that council receives from the staff. So you're absolutely right, Councillor McKechnie. We'll receive it and we decide what to do with it once we get to this forum right here. Any other cards? I saw Councillor Patterson one more time, and one more time, Councillor Patterson.
I just want to know, I just want to let you know why this is necessary, and has nothing to do with my faith in the staff. It has a lot to do with making sure, given the situation that we're now in with this particular matter, the heightened concern and interest in the community, that we don't miss important information inadvertently in the staff report. I took the step in August 31st to write a memo to the CAO, to the general manager of the environmental, to Mike, to Terry, and to Dan, asking that this information, was it going to be in the report? I didn't, and I haven't received a response to that to date. And I had to, expecting it, of course, but I had to make sure that I could be on the floor on this meeting. So I had to submit my report. If all of the information that I've asked for is in the report, and we know some of it isn't, then that's a topic that we can cover from advice from the staff when it's on the table. Okay, so it's not as if it's a last ditch effort on my part to make sure that our staff report is tight and it's got all the information. We've gathered information. So I just wanted to add that information there.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I see Mr. Sage is there. I do have a comment though for you, Councillor Patterson, and all members of council. Just to remind you that individual members of council do not direct any of the staff in any way. Council directs the staff by motion and at the table where we are today. So I do communicate with the CAO as the head of council. The CAO and I can consult and talk about different things. And even the CAO will tell you that I do not direct the CAO, council directs the CAO. So your memo that you forwarded, which you did not forward to all of us as council, it's not up to them to receive that information or to act upon it. It's up to them to receive it at a council meeting where then it could be received. So I don't want to get into a long debate, Councillor Patterson, but I just want to make that understood by all members of council and the public, because obviously there's a misunderstanding about what the individual roles of councillors are, as well as the roles and responsibility of the mayor and or deputy mayor. So it's worth noting. Before you gentlemen, you speak, Mr. CAO did have his hand up, so if you don't mind, I'd like to go to him. Then I will come back to Patterson and then Burton. Go ahead, Mr. CAO.
Yes, Your Worship. So I want to say ditto to the comments that you just made. However, very contentious issue, and staff are directed by council. But as Councillor Patterson and all councillors know, that if you feel as though the content of a staff report does not include what you think is necessary, then you need to vote accordingly. But these reports are staff's reports. And as professionals, they will include what you direct them to include, and then they'll use their professional ability to include what they think they should include. But ultimately, you're the policy decider. So whether or not we responded to Mr. Patterson's email is quite frankly irrelevant. The issue is we're doing a staff report that takes your direction, and that's what we intend to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Mr. Patterson, go ahead.
As I've done ever since I've been on council, 2004, I have asked.
2006. Huh? You and I joined council at the same time, 2006.
I've asked questions of staff, largely to the CAO, as he knows, and certainly not going lower than director or deputy director in this case, and general manager. I did not direct. Don't appreciate the lecture on what my role is, having been here since, as you say, for 14 years.
Not a problem.
And if someone knows how to manage the role, I consider I know it well. I simply asked a question, which I have several times. In fact, in the last couple of days, we've had discussions. Asking questions is not directing. I'm simply asking, and as I said, because I did not get an answer, I didn't complain about not getting an answer, I took a step. I said, I better make sure that those things that I hope are in. So now you see my report. I think this is stuff that we should be talking about once my motion is on the table, so that we can have an open discussion. And if you think you need to remedy any grievances you have with this motion, there's a procedure for that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Burton.
Yes, I sort of want to jump in here and agree with what Steve Sage said, is that we do not direct council, we don't. But I support the comments by Councillor Patterson. I don't believe requesting a question saying, is this information in the report is a direction. It's a simple question. So, I myself have many times had, I don't give direction, but I would certainly ask, is this information or that information in the report, or is it available, without giving direction of any sort. So I think maybe there was a little bit of misunderstanding there in Mr. Patterson's intentions, but I agree with what he said. Asking a simple question is simply asking a question and not giving instruction.
Thank you very much. Not having access to the email because it wasn't distributed to me. I don't know if there's questions or not, so I apologize, Councillor Patterson, if that's the way it was posed. Certainly, my discussions with the CAO were of concern that councillors do not direct staff on how they write their reports. They write their reports, and so I was summarizing that base conversation. So thank you, Councillor Patterson. Members of council, sorry, did you have something else? No, okay. Yes, go ahead. All right, Councillor Leishman, I believe, is still with us, but we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Walker, you kicked this off. Is there anything further that we wanted to speak about?
No, sorry for the debate.
Thank you. That's what we're doing here today. All right, council, you got a motion on the floor to accept the agenda as presented. Ready to call the motion if there's no other questions. Members of council, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Thank you. All right, council, looking back at our agenda, we do have a full agenda, as you know. There are several public participation items. We do have our presenter, who I've received a text message from the clerk advising me that the Integrity Commissioner is standing by. I will proceed with the agenda and go through our disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof to make sure that there's no disclosures at this time. Is there anybody with any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Thank you. Council, I have a disclosure to make. We had an in-camera session just prior, and as a result, during this open session of council, item 9.1, I will defer to the deputy mayor to present the discussion from the closed session. And it's a non-pecuniary interest, is simply a family interest. My son is a part of the discussion. And so I recused myself from the in-camera session and stepped back and have now joined this council meeting. So I wanted that to be out there. Councillor Deneen.
I also stepped back from part of the closed session agenda, referring to the sale of the library, as I am employed with the same brokerage as is listing agent for that sale.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Just to remind, of course, all members of council to fill out the appropriate forms when you have a declaration of pecuniary interest or general nature. They're available online, and I filled mine out just prior to the meeting. So thank you. Council will move on to item number 4, our public participation period. There is, I'm going to call it a near record number of public engagements that have been received by this council. Before I go on, I, of course, always want to acknowledge our deputy clerk, who handles all of these and assembles them and puts them onto our agenda for public consumption. So I have I wish to go through some of the answers. As you know, public participation is something that the mayor is required to answer. And so I'm going to do my best on your behalf as council to answer these questions as quickly as possible, because there are near record number. So number 4.1, decisions are made at council. That is the will of council and the result of the decisions. Decisions are not made unilaterally. Item 4.2, I agree. The Share the Road program could be expanded to include all road users rather than bicycles and cars only. Item 4.3, thank you for your comments. Item 4.4, thank you for your comments as well. Item 4.5, the Collingwood Cycling Club. The rail trail that is mentioned in their question is not in the authority of the Township of Clearview. It's underneath the County of Simcoe. So we do not have any authority in that area. 4.6, it's a school safety question regarding parking. The municipality is continually meeting with the school board to monitor the area around the education campus of what we call education campus of SCI and Clearview Meadows. We do not have any resolutions in regards to parking at this time from them, but as I've been advised, our staff do meet with them regularly to discuss this, and they're continuing to monitor it. 4.7 is a question regarding crossing guards on Highway 26. The school board has been asked to consider this. Clearview does not have the data to support it until the board provides student numbers, which, as I understand from the school board, are still in process as a result of entry to schools or registration for schools. So we do not have that information. It's still an open question, so I appreciate the question. 4.8, parking at Meadows. Again, parking is the board responsibility. Thank you for the comment. And we're still working on that. 4.9, also regard to school parking. Thank you very much for the comment. Item 4.10, in regards to tires. Vehicle tires. Tires are approved by Transport Canada and the Ontario Ministry of Transportation. It's not a municipal issue. This form of meeting is not as we would have chosen, but it is what we are tasked to do, and we will continue to perform the business of this municipality with this form of meeting. I'm going to bunch a whole group of them together because they're very similar. 4.11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, and 23. These are all comments that are directed to us as support for Councillor Patterson's motion report that's later on in the agenda. And thank you for those comments. 4.12 is regards to trespassers and offenders. I encourage you to please contact the OPP. Trespassers are not something that we as a municipality handle. It is certainly handled by the OPP. So thank you for the comment. 4.13 is also about trespassing. It's also a question about conflict of interest. A little later in the meeting, we have a discussion about the conflict of interest or potential for so. 4.19 is comments about the electorate. Members of council are hearing from the electorate. Your message includes the email to contact council, which is, of course, council@clearview.ca. This email does reach all members of council as it's designed to do so. And so thank you for that. 420, support for Councillor Patterson's motion. You mentioned a dangerous driving, trash, fireworks, flicking of gravel. I encourage you to please report this activity to the OPP when you see it. Our roads are not video games, as stated in your letter. I agree with you. Thank you. Item 422 is an insurance question regarding the liability for the township ATVs on roads. I contacted Mr. Sage when I saw this question and asked him if he would join us to help answer this question. Mr. Sage, would you please comment in regards to the liability for township and ATVs on roads?
Yes, Your Worship, I'll do my best. Very complicated issue, but hopefully I can shine a little bit of light on what our liability is. So as all municipalities in Ontario, we have a risk assessment plan. Staff, particularly senior staff, are managing risk for the municipality every single day. And that risk is what generates our insurance premiums. And for example, there are municipalities in Simcoe County that their premiums have doubled and some have tripled in the last 10 years. Very unfortunate. That is not the case in Clearview. Our insurance premiums have hovered around the $435,000 mark for quite a few years. One of the things that has increased our premiums is we've added more infrastructure, but obviously that's not a liability issue. Council who will recall a few years ago, Clearview Township undertook a very rigorous risk assessment plan for our right-of-ways. And as a result of that, we were even asked to lecture at certain times at other municipalities struggling with the same issues. And the CAO and some members of our staff shared our knowledge with many of our other municipalities, and some of the things that we've been doing have been implemented by them since then. But fundamentally, in Clearview, what we do to manage our right-of-way risk assessment is governed by a bylaw that you passed called Regulation 239. And that regulation is affected mainly by two things, maybe three if you count weather. So weather's number one, but number two and three are the volume of users in the right-of-way and the rate at which they're using the right-of-way. So our premiums are really adjusted by incident reporting. And there's a reason that our premiums have not gone up for many, many years, and that is because of our low list of incidents. But I'll just share with you, under Regulation 239, it's more about the capacity. So if, let's pick on a road. Let's pick Fairgrounds Road as an example. We all know where Fairgrounds Road is. If all of a sudden the volume of traffic, let's pick on cars, went increased by 1,000 cars a day, and as a result of that, two things will happen. Perhaps the incidents that our insurers will be concerned with would climb. Let's hope not. But I guarantee you what would happen, that is the municipality's standards by which Regulation 239 makes us manage that road would change. No different than unmaintained road allowance that is summer road only. If we were to change the volume or the use according to the regulation, so that doesn't mean 5 more cars or 5 more ATVs or 5 more horses, it has to be according to the regulation. So from a risk assessment point of view, whether it's a car, a truck, a motorcycle, a horse, an ATV, street bike, an e-bike, pedestrian, the volume of use impacts our risk assessment, and that impacts our premiums. So that's how we manage the risk. So would ATV use or e-bikes or horses or something else increase in the volume? If there was an incident, regardless of any of those users, our insurance company would defend our position based on the criteria of that regulation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sage. Hope that helps the questioner answer that question. Moving on, 4.24 is a message outlining the position of CARA, which of course is Creamore Area Ratepayer Association. Thank you very much for your comments. 4.25, opposing ATVs in our community. I also want to thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. 4.26 to 4.31, and 4.33. These all are messages in support of Councillor Patterson's report and motion. Thank you very much for those. 4.32, asking for limited access to services for ATVs. Thank you for that comment. Appreciate that. Item 4.34 is again about conflict of interest, which of course is a little later in our meeting. Thank you. 4.35, 36, 38, and 39 are all questions in regard or recommendations of support for Councillor Patterson's report. So thank you for that. Item 437 is a survey question, and thank you for the comments on that. 4.40 to 46 and 48 and 49 are all support for Councillor Patterson's report. And 47 is asking to not pay for studies. Not pay for studies. Agreed. Thank you for that. Item 50 is the please defer the motion. That's up to council to decide if there's going to be a deferral. So thank you for that. Council will have to make that decision. 4.51 to 56, or 4.51 and also 4.56. Integrity Commissioner decisions. That's coming up a little bit later, so I wanted to mention that again. Thank you. 4.52 through to 54, Councillor Patterson's, and number 57. Thank you, Councillor Patterson's report once again. Item 455. It simply says be democratic. Thank you for that. 58 to 62 are all support for Councillor Patterson's report, and I thank you for that. Again, these are quite the list of questions. I've mentioned this before at previous council meetings. Council, these are frankly difficult to handle and answer them all for individuals, because there are frankly so many and such a limited amount of time to prepare those questions from the desk of the mayor, because literally I get them at 12:15ish, and then we went into a council meeting at 4:30ish, and so I spent as much time as I possibly could reviewing them. But when I receive this great number, I find it's not as easy to answer everybody's question. I put it to council members to consider that as we well down the future have a discussion about our procedures and our procedure bylaws. So I would ask you to consider this and remember this difficulty. Any questions? All right. Okay, council, we can move on then to our two guests that are joining us, which is on our agenda. Item number 5, which is deputations and presentations. We do have two guests that are joining us, and I believe they're here. Yes, there they are. They popped up in the bottom. If I could ask Janice Atwood-Parkowski and Jeff Abrams to join us online. There's Janice. Hello, Janice Atwood-Parkowski. I'm saying it correctly. Nice to see you. And is Jeffrey Abrams joining us as well, Janice?
There I am.
Ah, there you are. Hello, Jeffrey.
Good evening.
Thank you. You have quite a report you'd like to outline. What I would ask is that you give a full presentation, and then members of council will perhaps ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Certainly, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor, members of council, everyone else participating. I'd like to begin just by speaking a little bit about our role, and that's because we have received a number of complaints and further communications even after our report has appeared on the agenda, and I think it would be useful to describe it, Mayor. We are the Integrity Commissioner for the municipality. We are the Integrity Commissioner for a number of municipalities in Simcoe County and indeed across the province. Our client group consists of over 40 municipalities and other public bodies, including school boards and other near municipalities across the province of Ontario. We had come to you through a procurement process that was run by the county. The Clearview has appointed us directly as the Integrity Commissioner. We are independent. There's this notion of structural independent. It's important that integrity commissioners be independent from their client municipalities, and we're satisfied, given the arrangements we have, that we are thus independent of the municipality. And that's important because at least in the minds of some members of the community, we've been viewed as employees of the municipality and subject to either your direction or the direction of council or the direction of staff. And that's simply not the case. And it's given the breadth of our clientele, our role across the province, our role in MICO, the Municipal Integrity Commissioners of Ontario, we are compelled to be independent and provide you with our best advice in each and every circumstance, and to be consistent in how we do that in every case. So that's just background about our role. With respect to the matter before council this evening, and when I say matter, it's the Integrity Commissioner's report. We recognize that there is another matter before council, specifically the ATV proposal. We have no role in that, and want to make it clear that frankly, the role of the Integrity Commissioner is agnostic with respect to the policy decisions of a municipal council. We are neither pro or opposed to the notion brought forward in Councillor Broderick's motion. What we are speaking to this evening is a number of complaints that have been filed with our office that allege that Councillor Broderick is in a conflict of interest and cannot participate in the discussion this evening. And so that is the purpose of this report, not to comment on the merits of the matter at all. And I'll approach it in this way. The allegation, firstly, is that the councillor has a pecuniary interest and therefore under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act is not permitted to participate. Yet no complainant has pointed to a specific pecuniary interest of the councillor. And I will get into it in a little bit more detail in a moment, but there is no evidence to support the conclusion that the councillor has a pecuniary interest. There has been speculation, but there is no evidence. Certainly none of the allegations pointedly showed us the path to finding that the councillor has a pecuniary interest, and neither did our own investigations into the matter. So that brings us to the broader concept of conflict of interest. It's easier to, I think, inform council about the relationship Councillor Broderick has to this matter, and when I can speak more broadly about it. There is a concept of conflict of interest. It's partially recited in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. It also exists in the common law and under the Clearview Code of Conduct. It's all been packaged together so that it's understandable. And it's under Rule 1, and it reflects the member's obligation to avoid conflicts of interest. And you assess whether or not a conflict of interest exists under that rule by employing what is called the reasonable person test. That is actually an objective test. It's not subjective. It's not what a person feels about it. And it's certainly not a popularity decision. It's not about what many people might think of the interest. It's determined through a process, a rigorous process that Janice and I carry out in determining whether or not any member of council might have a conflict of interest. And in doing that, part of what guides us is a relatively recent amendment to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And I just want to read that to you. It appears on page numbers aren't listed. I think it's page 8 of the report. It's at paragraph 46. The principle reads as follows. The province of Ontario endorses the following principles in relation to the duties of members of councils and of local boards under this act. Number 4, there is a benefit to municipalities and local boards when members have a broad range of knowledge and continue to be active in their own communities, whether in business, in the practice of a profession, in community associations, and otherwise. And to us, that means, Mayor and members of council, that it's not sufficient to have a speculation that a member of council has a conflict of interest. It needs to be real and direct. And we see Councillor Broderick's position in that he he runs a shop in town that services the ATV community as well as others, to be no different from other persons, other business people in the community. You've heard the notion, the saying that a rising tide raises all boats. Well, that's the kind of analysis that would be applied in circumstances like this, where any member of council, real estate agent, participating in a discussion about increased development in Clearview. It could be argued that increased development would result in more properties to be sold, and therefore more opportunities for a real estate agent to profit from that. But that is the very kind of notion, I think, that is contemplated by the fourth principle embedded in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which recognizes that members of council recognize that council, for one thing, should not be run by the elites, people who have no stake in the community. But secondly, that one has to recognize that members of council, to be disqualified from participating, should only be disqualified where there is a real connection to a pecuniary interest or another common law interest. So we have done that analysis, and we have found that the interest that Councillor Broderick has in the motion does not rise to the level that would disqualify him. And we go to some extent in the report to describe that. Lastly, let me speak, Mayor, to our role with respect to conflict of interest matters. Integrity commissioners, as legitimate actors, as legitimate participants in the administration of justice with respect to the municipal sector in Ontario, are now carry responsibility to receive complaints not only under a code of conduct, but with respect to conflict of interest matters. It's our responsibility to make a determination when receiving that complaint, whether to proceed to the courts or to administer it ourselves. The act has been amended with respect to penalties, and really, except in the most egregious of circumstances, we see the courts having very limited role to adjudicate over conflict of interest complaints. That would be only in circumstances where it was reasonable to conclude that if the facts were borne out, the member ought to be removed from office. Egregious circumstances, because the remedies in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act now pretty much match what appears in the Municipal Act, and which integrity commissioners may recommend to council for consideration of imposition. So we've in this instance, we found that this was a matter that did not result in a disqualification for the member, did not require an application to the court in order to answer that question. And so that has all resulted in the report, which is before you this evening, which comes about as a result of the level of discussion in the community. And so its intention is to clarify our reasoning for why Councillor Broderick may participate in the discussion this evening. And I emphasize one more time, we have no say in whether or not the merits of the matter should persuade members of council to vote one way or another. Happy to take questions.
All right, thank you very much. Janice, would you like to add anything to Jeff's review before we take questions? Or anything, Janice, you would like to add? Because as just a moment, actually, just to clarify, I know, Jeff, you did a great job explaining who you are, but I think the clarity is that Principles Integrity is made up of both of you as individuals. Is that correct?
Apologies. Yes, it's only the two of us. Janice and I are in partnership, and together we are the Integrity Commissioner for Clearview.
Excellent. Janice, any comment?
I guess, yes, actually, I'll just make a very brief comment in response, Mr. Mayor, to your comment. And that is for viewers who don't know us, and we have met with council. We've had the opportunity to be before you other times, but for those who are just tuning in and aren't aware, Jeff and I are both lawyers with over 30 years experience each in the municipal sector. So we are functioning as integrity commissioners, but we're well versed in these issues, and we're trying to reflect it in a way that makes the most sense, that brings together all of the case law and the conflict of interest legislation in a sensible and practical way, and provide guidance and adjudication when required. And I completely concur with all of Jeff's comments on the report.
All right, well, thank you very much. Members of council, do you have questions of our integrity commissioners, since we have the two of them here? Councillor Patterson is first. I'm looking for anybody else. Councillor Deputy Mayor. Okay, Councillor Patterson, and then McKechnie. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Okay, thank you. And Janice, Jeffrey, thank you. We've had some discussions on the phone before. I've always found you helpful. And actually, just so people understand, I did have a discussion with you about your summary report. A lot of it is similar to what you had here. Could you first just some definitions or clarifications? What the meaning is of recommendations to consider, advice, and binding advice?
The distinction between considering advice and binding?
Not the distinction, just for the public, the meaning of those phrases.
In the conduct of the work we do for the municipality, the word binding is used because under the statute, where a member of council articulates a concern, reaches out to the integrity commissioner for advice, and we provide that advice, then so long as the member keeps to the advice, we cannot later entertain a complaint and change our minds and hold the councillor to account. So in other words, members of council are encouraged to reach out to the integrity commissioner for advice on situations that concern them, because they have clarity as to whether they might be held to account down the road. Now, I'm sure I'm not certain what the other part of your question was with respect to consideration.
Well, if I may, thank you. Well, in fact, you covered both, because you did use the phrase advice, and I guess what I was wanting for clarification is that you are providing, as you say, a reasonable person test, common law, what a informed reasonable person would provide. It's not legal advice. It's not a legal opinion of whether or not the conflict was there.
Well, because of given the answer to the first question, I think it's stronger than legal advice. You know, in the olden days, members of council would go to their own lawyers and get an opinion as to whether or not they were or were not or would not be in conflict of interest, and then it was left to the courts to determine whether or not that was the case. In this environment, we are the person, Janice and I, that gives the advice, and we must hold to that advice. And so, well, I should say it is possible for someone to commence an application to the courts. It's unlikely the court is going to provide a remedy in the face of the advice already given by an integrity commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And one more point, if I may. Sorry.
I may, Mr. Patterson. Janice, would you like to answer some of that too?
I just want to, sorry, I just want to add to that if I could. In some respects, and I completely agree with Jeff, it's better than legal advice for the reasons that it's binding on us. If we provide the advice to a counselor, then if there's a complaint and the counselor has followed that advice, we are bound by that advice. We can't change our minds afterwards. But I would say for another reason as well, for a number of reasons, it's better than going off to whatever lawyer in town or Bay Street to seek advice. You know, if you put 6 lawyers into a room and ask them a question, you may get 5 or 6 different answers. You won't necessarily get 5 or 6 lawyers who all agree on the answer. Jeff and I have both been in this field for our whole careers, operating as municipal lawyers and operating within the framework of the municipal legislation. And we are well versed as a starting point, but we have focused the last number of years exclusively on integrity commissioner services and role and function, and are very abreast of the evolving existing case law over the past 3 decades, but certainly over the last 3 or 4 years. And we play a lead role in the organization of integrity commissioners in Ontario. And I think, you know, they say 2 heads are better than 1. When we look at an issue, and I would say definitely this was an issue that clearly would look to a member of the public like it might be a conflict. I completely understand. But you have 2 of, I would say, the foremost experts in this field looking at it and saying, it's not a conflict of interest. From our perspective, it's not. And I think sometimes analogies are helpful. I would use, and there's a couple of analogies that are in the report, but if one wants to think of an analogy where, for example, an environmentalist is hugely enthusiastic about environmentalist issues, about ecological preservation, et cetera, regardless of what particular profession that environmentalist might be in or what business they might operate, one would look at that and say, well, but it's because they're an environmentalist, they're interested in that issue. So here you have a councillor who is an ATV enthusiast, much like a bicycling enthusiast might absolutely advocate to have greater access to or greater number of bike paths or cycling lanes on roadways. There's not a line, a direct line that you connect between the enthusiastic support for something and the fact that they may have a shop. And I think it's a difficult concept maybe, but in reality, if one looks at it from that perspective, I think perhaps that's easier for people to understand.
All right, thank you, Janice. That's excellent. Tom, I imagine you have a couple more questions, but I have other members who want to go ahead. Did you have anything further, Tom?
Well, just want to pursue my line of questions, and thank you for the clarification. So I did use the word advice, and so as one that may use your service from time to time, so far I've been able to avoid that. And it's not a trick question. I'm wondering how you gauge, because it's you're trying to gauge in the public interest, what's in the public interest as well, and to what extent, I guess I should ask how you gauge that. But as someone who might take the advice, do you offer? Would you get to a situation such as this? We look at your situation, Mr. Councillor, and we think you don't meet the standard of having a conflict. However, given the sensitivity of the issue or the heightened public interest, would you consider an alternative way of proceeding? Do you go that far to actually provide advice because you know this situation in terms of how a councillor might proceed, even if they had a procedure, even if they had no danger of conflict from your point of view? In the interest of, for example, clarifying the concerns that obviously in this case the public is expressing. They're having difficulty and they honestly believe that they're on the right course here. How far does your advice extend? Just the black letter law in your experience, or does your experiential advice say this is how maybe you might consider handling it?
It certainly goes beyond the black letter law. We do attempt to be helpful and bring considerations to the attention of a member of council. One of the things that is embedded in the Clearview Code of Conduct that's, we think is helpful to members, is the notion of a transparency disclosure. And so in circumstances where a member of council may be, such as this one, there may be suggestions that the member is not able to participate because of a conflict, they can reach out to us or make the determination on their own and file a transparency disclosure, which essentially says this: you know, I have an interest, my interest is this, but the interest does not arise to the level of a disqualifying interest, and the Integrity Commissioner, whom I consulted, agrees with me on that. It may go into a bit more detail, but its very purpose is to make transparent the issue and the rationale for why either the Code of Conduct or the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act doesn't apply. In other circumstances where a member of council reaches out to us for advice, and we may find that they have a conflict or would have a conflict were they to participate, we're able to say, you know, you might be able to participate in a limited way with the report. You may, if you make your declaration in this form, that speaks to the portion to which you are, to which you would have a conflict, but for the rest of the report, you can participate, and the clerk is well aware of how to split votes so that that sort of thing can be accommodated in the chamber. That's not at all unusual. So we try to be helpful in that regard, and certainly given that principle that we've spoken to, and given our awareness of the role of council and councillors, we do our best to enable councillors to participate. That's not to say that we look the other way when there's a real conflict. We certainly don't do that. But we do attempt to be helpful and make sure that the councillor understands the context of the situation and various opportunities.
All right, thank you very much. Tom, if you have anything further, we'll come back to you if you don't mind. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Burton is next, then Councillor McKechnie looking for anybody else. All right, Deputy Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my question is to the Integrity Commissioners. So if in fact the Court of Justice overrules your advice, and Councillor Broderick is in fact found to have a conflict of interest, what position does that leave the township in, and does it make his motion null and void as a result of that conflict of interest decision?
Go ahead.
Your question is if an application is filed to the court under the Conflict of Interest Act and the court makes a determination that is different than our own, there is no automatic reversal of council's decision. So even if the matter were to be adjudicated by a court, that does not automatically overturn the decision. The councillor is one vote amongst many, and that is the state of the law in Ontario.
Okay. Janice, anything further on that question? No? Okay. Deputy Mayor Burton, anything further?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKechnie is next. Again, I'm looking for other members of council. Seeing none, Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you. And my question is to the Integrity Commissioners. So leaving aside your analogy of a rising tide lifts all boats, would you agree that a conflict of interest exists when a councillor stands to monetarily benefit from a decision made by council? And if so, what is your interpretation of the term stands to benefit?
Well, that's not our term, it's councillor. The test is under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, whether there is a pecuniary interest, and the word pecuniary is not defined. So we take it to mean a monetary interest of some kind, but there's substantial case law out there which says that it needs to be likely, not speculative. And so an analysis would be conducted in those circumstances about whether or not there would be a pecuniary interest for the member in the circumstances. There are other aspects of the Act which speak to exemptions. And there are exemptions of the nature of remoteness, there are exemptions of the nature of common interests. And so all of those things would be applied before a determination, considered before there was a determination made that a councillor had a pecuniary interest in the matter.
Councillor McKechnie.
So a follow-up question then. So what is your interpretation of the term stands to benefit? Stands to monetarily benefit. What's your interpretation of that?
I would suggest to you that that is the same analysis I just gave with respect to whether a pecuniary interest exists.
So a possibility that it exists, or a possibility of a benefit, is that what you're saying?
Well, what we're striving to do is to inform council that it is not simply the possibility that a pecuniary interest exists. There has to be at least a likelihood of it existing. It's not the possibility. You have to give meaning to that fourth principle, which recognizes that the legislature says that it is a good thing to have members of council engage in business and otherwise in the community.
Okay, thank you very much. I just bring it to your attention because other municipalities use that term, stands to benefit, stands to monetarily benefit. So I'm just surprised that we don't, or that it's not in, it seems fairly vague. The reason that you've given to me, or the interpretation you've given to me, seems quite vague. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Janice, anything you'd like to add? I'd like to make sure both are understanding the question and answering.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would piggyback, just sort of circling back to an earlier comment that Jeff had made, and that is, in some municipalities where, I guess just as an analogy, a member of council is, for example, a real estate broker or real estate agent, and there are those who have raised that a real estate agent or a real estate broker who is a councillor really potentially stands to benefit from every new subdivision, from every new condominium application that comes to town. And of course, that would mean that if that were to be the interpretation of stands to benefit, that if we're that broad, that no person who worked in the real estate industry really could effectively serve as an elected official at the local level. And we think that would be just a wrong-headed approach. Yes, of course, when we look at individual situations, there may be those where the member of council who is a real estate agent or a real estate broker must step away when there is a matter where their particular firm is standing to benefit. But in reality, more real estate on the market, sure, it will benefit ultimately lots of real estate agents, just as greater access to municipal roadways will be a benefit to everybody who operates an ATV. But the interpretation that would be of a benefit back to a particular shop owner, just in our view, isn't there.
Okay, thank you, Janice. Anybody else with any other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. I do have a few, if you don't mind. Council, if you have any further, please just put your hand up. I've got 4 things that I'd like to jump in on. Jeff, you said it a moment ago, and I believe someone else may have said it too, but the words are stake in our community, which frankly is the state of any member of council, or frankly any member who puts their name forward to represent and potentially be elected or appointed to council. So a person who has a stake in our community would be anyone who is of interest to our community. Would that be a fair statement? Whether they are actually residents or not, if they have a stake in our community?
Yes, I think everything is determined in the context of a situation, but if a person is interested in the community, you could say they have a stake in the community.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, it's a pretty simple question, but what I'm trying to make a point on is that each of our members, we have, of course, a council of 9, and we all have a stake in this community at various roles and various responsibilities, and our families do, as Conflict of Interest Act is relative to our families and our direct family, et cetera, any business partners or anything like that. So it's important to recognize that. The other aspect I wanted to bring forward, if I may, the responsibility about declaring a conflict of interest lies solely with the individual member. Is that a clarity that Janice or Jeff that you'd like to make for me?
It's true.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
So each member has a responsibility to do that. And further, as the mayor, and I'm the mayor of this municipality at this time, it's not my role to point out anybody with a conflict. It's my role to conduct the meeting. And at the beginning of the meeting, I ask if there is a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. And I give the opportunity for each member to do that. So you agree that's a correct procedure? Is there any other procedure that perhaps other municipalities are doing that would be better suited to us as we look at our procedures?
No, there is no other procedure. From time to time, for a colleague of a member of council, someone else on council there's nothing wrong with somebody whispering in a ear saying, you know, maybe you want to think about that one, or maybe you want to reach out to the integrity commissioner. So the informal advice voluntarily given is not wrong, but the ultimate responsibility to adhere to the code and to the act and to the common law is the member of councils. And in the olden days, as we say, they used to have to reach out and reach deep into their own pockets to pay a lawyer for the advice. And now the advice is readily available through the Office of the Integrity Commissioner.
The other part of your role too is this service is available to all members of our boards. We have various boards and committees. So many volunteers who are, again, individuals who have stakes in our community. They're volunteers in our community. They have a stake in the community. They volunteer and are appointed by bylaw, et cetera, or volunteer in any way, in any capacity. They can obviously contact you. I believe our clerk's office has provided all that information to our volunteers through volunteer training, and it's also available on our website. So just to clarify that volunteers and board members are certainly welcome to contact you. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor. And in fact, it gives us the opportunity to say that we think, many people think the most important role of an integrity commissioner is to render judgments on whether a member of council has put a toenail over an ethical line. And that is important work. But the most important function is being available to provide advice and education and sometimes consulting on the form of the municipality's ethical framework. And without doubt, members of your local boards are subject to a code of conduct that applies to them and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and they are entitled to reach out for advice.
Absolutely. Thank you. I guess there's last two smaller items that I just want to mention since I have you here, and I welcome you to be here. Principles Integrity was recently also adopted by this council as our closed meeting investigator as well. And so if you could just outline that work that you do on behalf of the corporation, if called upon for any type of closed meeting investigation.
Certainly. The role of the closed meeting investigator actually predates integrity commissioners. It was a mandatory accountability official before integrity commissioners were mandatory. It's the role of the closed meeting investigator is to receive complaints about whether the municipality has convened in the absence of the public, made decisions in the absence of the public when it was not entitled to do so. And there are a number of exceptions under the open meeting rules of the Municipal Act, which enable a municipality to convene in the absence of the public. And the work is very much aligned with the work of an integrity commissioner, though. And so we do for several of our client municipalities fulfill that role as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Janice, anything to add on that topic? No? Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Burton, I see your card. I acknowledge it. I do have only one small other item, but I'll let you go first. No problem.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question is, how often are court applications made in contradiction to the Integrity Commissioner's advice, as is happening in this case?
In contradiction to our advice? First of all, it's exceedingly rare for an application to be made to the courts under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. We think it will become rarer since March 1st, 2019, when the act was amended.
Is that comfortable? Okay, all right. Anybody else with any other questions? I just want to give a general comment here. Actually, Councillor Patterson did bring it up when he used just a quick phrase. You said you've avoided having to use the services of the Integrity Commissioner so far in your role as a councillor. Councillor Patterson, sort of what you emphasized. I want to state that any confrontations that I've had with you have always been very helpful, very educational, and consist of advice as myself as an elected official. And I appreciate that input, and I would encourage all members of council to not avoid the use that these individuals are of great experience, and as you can tell, they're pretty calm when they speak to you, and they help you find your way through when you have a question about this. So I just want to put that out for any other members of council if they had any questions. Try not to avoid the use, make use of it. They're available. Anybody else with anything final? I see McKechnie and Leishman have turned off their cameras. Just checking. Is there anything else? I'll just wish you all the best. Thank you for joining us, and I look forward to our continued services being provided by your firm.
It's been our pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Thank you, Jeff. Members of council, there is not a motion on the agenda to receive this. I'm not sure, because it is a pretty fulsome report, whether the clerk would like us to have a motion to receive the report. Madam Clerk, could you just comment on that?
Sure, Your Worship. It's not a bad idea. It's at council's discretion. But certainly if council wants to entertain a motion to receive the report, there would be nothing wrong with that.
Someone like to make that motion? Councillor Walker? Fair enough. Seconded by Councillor Lamers. Any questions or comments on the motion to receive the report? Yes, Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Just a question, and purely out of interest as we move forward. Receiving it for information, it becomes a useful document. I don't know if, yes, Jeffrey's still there.
Yes, Jeffrey's still here, yeah.
As is Janice.
The concern, okay, good. I would be concerned if this, receiving it would be considered as setting some kind of precedent, and it would dissuade some counselors in the future to seeking advice on their particular situation. And I'm wondering if Janice or Jeffrey have had experience where people said, well, they did it on their own. They sort of did their own case law and looked at some cases and then just, avoided getting some professional advice.
No, I don't think it would have that effect. In fact, paragraph 78 of the report contains our sole recommendation in this instance, which is that, I'll read it, the council receive this report for information and that it be posted on the Township of Clearview's website for public access. So the motion to receive does that formally. That also allows us, the role of the Integrity Commissioner is emerging. It is relatively new. And the Integrity Commissioners are now posting their decisions on a legal website called CanLII. And so by making that motion, by passing that motion, members of council, we're able to link to it and post it along with our report, which will be put on CanLII. So it is the appropriate thing. Integrity Commissioners' reports are public reports. It is formally on your agenda this evening. The motion to receive simply in this instance closes the loop.
Mm-hmm. Does that help, Councillor Patterson?
It can only be answered in the future. Thank you.
Fair enough. I'll add one comment if I may, and that is that part of our contract that the municipality of Clearview has with Principles Integrity would be that they would give us an annual report. So I expect them to give us some type of annual report, whether it be a letter to our clerk that then she could include in our agenda at some future date, just to give us an update on activities. So that's part of our agreed contract. Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
I have a little bit of concern about receiving the report, only from the point of view that if this should happen again to another councillor or possibly Councillor Broderick, by receiving this report, are we actually now condoning this, or are we setting a precedent? Can a counselor in the future refer to this report and say, well, it was done, back in 2020. So, I'm going to do it. I just don't know whether we, as the integrity commissioner said, that every counselor has to determine themselves whether they have a conflict of interest. And I just don't know whether we should be receiving the report because it may affect a counselor in the future in their determination of their conflict of interest in the future. So I have a concern about it, that's all.
I see our clerk has joined us. I always draw to the clerk for information like this, so I will ask the clerk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So through Your Worship to Councillor McKechnie, I think receiving this for information is just like receiving anything council receives for information. So draw your attention to county updates, communications to the mayor. I think where the challenge comes is if there was going to be some direction that was provided from council regarding this document. And I think simply receiving the document for information would be treated in the same manner as it would for any other communications received from external bodies. And the integrity commissioners are certainly an external body.
Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, just for closing, I think I heard a reference in one of Jeffrey's statements that he knows that the principals integrity know that there has been a statement in the claim filed with regards to this. Just get a confirmation that you're aware.
Mr. Abrams.
We've seen a court document has been forwarded to us with a docket number, but no other information. So we don't know the nature of the claim, but we do know that one has been filed.
Is that sufficient information?
Yeah, I'm just curious because it didn't come up in any meaningful ways as examples. So I just wanted to, but I thought I got the impression you were aware that something was afoot.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKechnie, I didn't finish with you. Were you satisfied with the answer from the clerk?
Yeah, thanks very much, Pam. Yes, I was satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I neglected to confirm that with you. Councillor, you got a motion on the table. You have a mover and seconder to receive the report. Anything further? I'm prepared to call the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Again, thank you to Janice and Jeffrey. I appreciate your joining us here at this meeting. All the best.
Good
I
evening.
don't think you need to hang out any further. You could probably just check out. Thank you. All right. Okay, council, move some paperwork here off of my desk. Get over to item number 6 on our agenda, which is public meetings. We have no public meetings. Item number 7 is approval of the minutes of the council meetings, August the 10th and August the 27th, 2020. Recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township Clearview hereby approve the minutes of the August 10th and August 27th, 2020 council meeting as presented. Can I have a mover and seconder on the motion? That would be Councillor Deneen. Councillor Walker. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And Councillor Broderick is just not present, but I see he's still online, so that's good. We'll carry on. Business arising from the minutes, if any? Any members with any business arising from the minutes? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Council. We are now at communications from the mayor. Item 9.1. I have reclused myself on this, and so I would ask to go to the deputy mayor on this item.
Yes, we have nothing, Your Worship, that was to be brought forward from the in-camera meetings.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that. Then item 9.2 is a letter from My Friend's House. It's a lovely letter thanking us for their support. Item 9.3, this has come back to our table, Council, and so I would ask you to consider this. Town of Collingwood has a support question out for the Out of the Cold Winter Shelter Program. So I have a recommendation in front of me. You have the report. I'm looking for someone to move and or second a motion with a value in it, or we will not. So can I simply ask for some, I could ask for, okay, so there's a mover, Councillor Broderick, but I'm looking for if there's any value to go into this recommendation. Be it resolved that Council, the Township hereby support the Town of Collingwood Out of the Cold Winter Shelter Program in the amount of, with a question mark. Councillor Broderick?
I was going to suggest $3,000.
$3,000. Okay, can I have anybody else with any other numbers? Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Burton?
What I'm wondering, before we donate anything to Collingwood, is there somebody operating a similar program in Clearview that should, if that was the case, would we not be donating to something that's being done in Clearview of the same nature?
Don't know. Does anybody know? Any members? Okay. If you read the request from the Town of Collingwood, they are doing a study. I reviewed it the last time it was at our table. It was received for information at that time. It's come back to our table because they are would like to know if there's a level of support that this council could provide them in financial aid. They've asked for 5 different municipal entities to participate. So I looked at the value and basically did the numbers, and Councillor Broderick, that's very generous to go at 3,000, but if you divide it by the 5 from what they're looking for, it's around $650 is actually what the 5 various municipalities would be. They would of course be the Town of Blue Mountains, Grey Highlands, or sorry, Town of Blue Mountains, Wasaga Beach, Grey County, Simcoe County, and Grey Highlands. So the 5 municipalities are listed in the report. So I'm looking, we have a mover and a number. Is there anybody else? Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Well, my impression is that with the contributions being asked from the surrounding area, that this is a regional effort, regional support. And so I didn't think there would be need to have a specific agency, although I agree with Deputy Mayor, if there was somebody else doing it here, we should make sure we're doing it directly, supporting it directly. But my impression is that this is a regional approach, and Clearview residents' needs would be looked after. I think, and I would say, so if I'm wrong, I appreciate the clarification. And I think $1,000 is probably proportionally a good number, but I appreciate Councillor Broderick's generosity.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor is next. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so if Councillor Patterson is putting forward the motion for 1,000, I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we've got a seconder now, Councillor Broderick. You see, now your motion is going to be changed. Councillor Broderick. So we've got a seconder on the floor. Any further debate on this question? All right. Seeing none, I do have a question, if I may, for the clerk and or Kelly McDonald, our treasurer. Could she advise where this fund may come from, Madam Clerk, or the treasurer?
That sounds like a treasurer question to me, Your Worship.
I appreciate that. Hello, Treasurer McDonald. Thank you for joining us. Would you be able to comment on where we'd be able to find recommended dollar value here of $1,000 to support this out of the code program?
And I would have to defer to the deputy clerk to double check the community assistance grants, but I'm sure we can find a spot.
All right. Would there be any objection to members of council that we could leave this in the hands of the clerk and the deputy clerk and the treasurer and or deputy treasurer to report back to us by email as to where they were able to secure that? That'd be satisfactory, members of council? I'm getting a yes and some nods. Seems good. Okay, Kelly, there you go. You got some marching orders. Members of council, we've got a motion in front of us for a $1,000 contribution towards the Out of the Cold Shelter Program. You've got the resolutions moved and seconded by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Burton. I will call the motion. All those in favor? Thank you. That passes unanimously. I appreciate that. Thank you, Council. Item 9.4, NVCA board meeting minutes, August 28th. Anything on that? No, seeing none. I would have a question to Councillor Patterson. He is our representative on the NVCA. Councillor Patterson, have you been advised in their report or in that outline of items that are on that report, they talked about the unknown if there's any provincial relief funding. Has there been any announcement from that? I know that we received some significant COVID-19 phase 1 funding, and I wondered if there was anything for the NVCA in there. Are you aware?
The question did come up, and it has not, the CAs in general have been asking, and at the moment, there isn't any, and the matter is being pursued.
Okay. Yeah, the highlights indicate that they're something in $100,000 deficit.
I will cover that in my reports a little bit more if you like.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. All right, Council. Then we have all of the items in the section 9 under the communications from the mayor. So I have a recommendation: be it resolved that Council of the Township hereby receive communications from the mayor for information. I have a mover and seconder on the motion. Broderick and Deneen. And any questions? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. County reports and information. Mr. Deputy Mayor, Deputy Warden. We've got the first thing is our item 10.1, the update on clothing electronics collection. Just plain disappointing that we're not able to continue that, but I can appreciate the decision making there. And then the county highlights. Deputy Mayor, Deputy Warden, would you like to comment on the county report?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. A couple of things. Yes, so yes, the clothing electronics collection has been canceled. As I'm sure everybody's aware, there's been difficulties collecting recycling and garbage, and county has seemed to have sorted those issues out with the contractor, but the clothing and electronics is ceasing for now. We don't know how long that will be for. But there is a new contractor coming on board in 2021. I believe it's 2021. And so that's going on there. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the county Aurelia campus development, which is a $79 million redevelopment of the old Aurelia high school campus. And it's going to consist of affordable housing, and support systems for those who live in affordable housing. It'll be a mixed hub. Affordable housing, community services, and county services all be under the same roof. So it'll make things somewhat easier for people applying for that. Also, I'd like to mention that I did attend the opening of the groundbreaking of the Oro Medante Auto Center Park, where they're going to be doing testing, the new facility that'll be doing testing. That's across from the Simcoe County Airport, or Lake Simcoe Airport. And then the other thing that I know Councillor Patterson has been asking me about frequently, there was a special council meeting where governance presented their recommendations to County Council to reduce County Council down to 16 members with 5 regional reps or regional councillors, and that was defeated. It was defeated in a tie vote. So the reality is status quo is what it is for now. So I can tell you that that the governance committee will be regrouping and looking at that and looking if there's any other options that might be more agreeable to County Council to reduce the council. But for now, that motion was defeated.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Deputy Warden. That was a difficult discussion. But yes, it was.
In law.
Yes, it was. And it also had procedural questions in it, as we mentioned earlier in the meeting. It was quite a quagmire. I recognize Councillor Patterson as a question, and then I see Councillor McKechnie. Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one, and to the Deputy Mayor. We're really forming, and it actually pertains to the notice of motion at the end. So we don't have to have a long answer, but what we do as a council in terms of reorganizing, reformatting, is a lot going to be led by what the RGR does, the Regional Governance Review. And so is that on hold now? And do you think this will have some negative consequences for a region that doesn't show some initiative to innovate to the provincial government?
If you may, Your Worship. Yeah, so Councillor Patterson, that's the $64,000 question. Will it affect? Governance is hoping that we can maybe get something back out there, no guarantees, because we'd have to go through a motion of reconsideration. We learned all about that tonight. But if we do nothing at the county level, my personal feeling is, yes, the review will step in and they will force some decisions on us that we may not like. But that's my personal gut feeling on it.
Thank you.
I concur with the deputy mayor on that, by the way. Thank you. Councillor McKechnie, I believe you were up. Is there anybody else? Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
Oh, Tom pretty much asked the same question that I was going to. So just for clarification, Barry, so if you can't come, if you remain deadlocked at the county, then the province can step in and force you to make changes. Is that right? It's the province that can step in, and let's not use the word force, maybe assist you to make changes. Is that correct?
Well, that's the whole purpose of this regional review, is to try to reduce government, of course. As the province did with the city of Toronto, they just stepped in and did it. So the province gave us the opportunity to come up with our own solution. Obviously, we have not been able to do that. So it's probably pretty safe to say that the province may and likely will assist us in making decisions on council side.
All right. Thank you.
All right. It's interesting, by the way, one of the points, council, that was brought up was in the report that outlined that of the 16 municipalities across the Simcoe County that make up the Simcoe County organization, there are 123 elected officials across the entire county. And so that was kind of the message that, as the deputy mayor pointed out, that the RGR were facing. And so it'll be very interesting to see if we are in fact directed by the province. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to compliment you. You did a great job at the Simcoe County meeting, and that was held. And I know that chairing that meeting must be a real challenge as well. So good job on the on the committee meeting there, Deputy Warden. Anything else, members of council? All right, so we have a motion to receive this. Will be resolved. The Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive the county reports for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Denis. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Thank you. Right on. All right, Council. Here is your ward reports are up next. At this time, we will go around the table with our ward reports. I'm going to use my computer screen to follow it out, and I see Councillor Broderick as the first person on my computer. So I will call up Councillor Broderick if you have any ward reports you'd like to bring forward.
Thank you, Your Worship. August the 7th to the 19th, I attended the AMO Zoom meeting. It was a very, very full agenda. I developed 21 pages of notes from it. August the 19th, 2020, attended the Clearview Chamber of Commerce meeting, also via Zoom. August the 27th, 2020, a budget meeting for the a budget meeting for the Clearview Library Board, also via Zoom. Upcoming, I have an accessibility meeting tomorrow, September the 15th. On Wednesday, the 16th, will be the next Clearview Chamber of Commerce meeting. And of course, the Wednesday, September 23rd, the Clearview Budget Priority Meeting. And that's it for me, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Walker is next on my screen. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just the August 26th Youth Committee meeting, and it'll be, at that meeting, we talked about the opening of the youth center, and that's on our agenda later on this evening, so I won't get into that too much. They did the summer kits every Monday, and they had a full out of 50, and they were, all 50 were out every Monday through the summer to those that pre-registered, and they covered all aspects of Clearview Township. And a lot of the youth were youth that really were never involved in the youth center previous. So they felt that that was a really good outreach program. And they also are going to continue with fall kits. And they're hoping to do that over the next 3 months. So they're going to work on that. The kitchen has received its final approval as a commercial kitchen. And then we had the meeting on the 27th, which was regards to the Stainer water supply. And other than talking with many people on ATVs and the library, I went up to the Lou Library and wandered through, and very impressed. I'm actually very impressed with the whole look of the arena facade, as well as the work being done inside the arena. They complement each other, and it's going to be a great looking building when everything's finished.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor Burton, I believe, wanted to comment.
Yes, I just want to say kudos to our staff at the, our recreation staff and the staff, particularly at the youth center. They've done an amazing job all through this COVID thing. Every week I went out there and they had these activity bags, 50 every week, with donations and everything from scribble pads to balloons for things for the kids to play with, activities. They just did an amazing job, and I think they deserve a real pat on the back for their efforts.
I agree. Well done. Thank you, Councillor Walker and Deputy Mayor. Now I'm over to Councillor Deneen. Hello, Councillor Deneen.
Good evening, all. I just would like to say thank you to the staff, parents, and the community for their combined efforts in getting the Nottawa students safely settled into the Bing School building. They all contributed immeasurably at making sure the kids were comfortable and that they are welcome there. The community and parents went together and fundraised just a little bit for things that the teachers couldn't get back into the school and retrieve. And yeah, the parents I've communicated with today say their kids are all happy to be back, and nobody seems to mind the longer bus rides. So it's good to hear that anyway, with everything else going on in their lives. The Nottawa Hall board meeting on September 10th, we decided to remain closed, and Amanda Murray's going to meet up with some of the volunteers on Thursday, and she's going to go over the safe reopening plan that they have in place and deliver. She's already delivered some stuff over to them, some product and stuff. And so they've just decided to remain closed and reassess safe reopening at our next meeting in October. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Lamers is next, then Leishman will be after. Councillor Lamers.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had an evening hall board meeting, or the Brentwood Hall board meeting, and they've decided to stay closed till our next meeting, until advised from the Parks Committee of what's going on. And then late Friday afternoon, I had was notified that the lights at the schools, the 40-kilometer lights weren't working. So I emailed Dan late Friday afternoon, and I come home tonight and the lights were working. So I'd like to thank him for the quick action on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lamers. That's good to hear. Councillor Leishman is next, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to give a shout out to the Nottawa Hall. I drove by the other day and it looks lovely. You got a little garden in the front, you got the nice new parking lot, and it's repainted and it looks so welcoming, and what a difference from before. So way to go. Kudos to your board and your community. That's terrific. Went into the new library and I echo what Robert Walker said. It's an amazing building. I love it. Worked on it for a long time, so it was really nice to actually walk in and pick out a book. So, and the little kiddies that were there, when I asked them, what do you think of your new library? They went, oh, we think it's fabulous. So good on them. Good on the board. I have to explain the sweater I'm wearing. I know it looks kind of weird, but it's something I bought at the art show, and the lady who knit it for me sent me a card and asked me why I wasn't wearing it to council. So I had to wear it to council. So if you think I'm looking kind of, I had to say I really didn't have the nerve to wear it, but because she sent me the card, I had to find it. So I did. And it's got little purple and all that stuff. It's quite beautiful. So thank you, Bonnie. On another note, this is a personal note, and I wasn't going to do this, but I will, because I think I need to explain myself. I am taking a leave of absence. Health isn't the best. Since my surgery, I've had a few setbacks, and I think I have to step away from this job for a while until I get it straightened out. I do apologize if you can't get a hold of me. But you can call any counselor, and for sure the mayor and deputy mayor, and they will help you out. But I will be stepping away for a while. I don't know how long it'll take me, but I'm hoping it won't be too long. I've tried to get back on track since my surgery, but it hasn't worked out very well. So a leave of absence was a recommendation to me, and I will take it for now and see how it goes. Anyway, I wish you all the best of luck. I'm going to sign off now. I'm sorry I can't hang on to this meeting, but thank you. And thank you for all your support. I appreciate it. And thank you for all your letters. It's been lovely. Anyway, thank you. Bye.
Connie, before you go, God bless. You take care. All the best to Michael and your family, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, all right, council. As is her prerogative, is all of our prerogatives, to look after ourselves first, and and our families, and make sure that we're healthy. And she's a fighter. We have every faith. Deputy Mayor Burton, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you so much. And about the only thing I'd like to add is that I spent a couple of grueling days with His Worship and our CAO and our human resources person, and Mike, of course. We worked hard to get a settlement with with our union people, and as soon as that gets ratified, we'll be able to make an announcement. But it was quite the experience, and something I enjoyed being involved in.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You're right. I'm sorry it was grueling, but it was, I think, productive. So that's great. Councillor Patterson is next, then Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, thank you. The NVCA, we had a meeting and we had a year-to-date update in terms of expenses, and currently running a deficit of $73,000. This was after some staff departures, early retirement, and replacement with lower cost employee, for example. and so the projection, for the end of the year, as you saw in their highlights, is $100,000. We intend to take it from reserves, and then it'll come back in terms of programs over the years. But it hurts, but we're feel comfortable. The report we got from our staff, very comprehensive, and I believe it was received unanimously. But I think it was highly complimentary. The board was of the staff for all the work they put into it, getting through a tough situation. We had also at the same meeting, we had a 2021 budget guidance, and the projection going forward is a 1.5% increase in municipal levy. The intention is that the municipalities will get a copy of our budget for a 60-day review period this month, presumably near the end of September. And that will go to our staff. I would, as I usually do since I've been there, I would recommend that we extend an invitation to the board, to the staff of the NVCA to come to council and explain their budget. Respect that that's a council decision. So if I can ask if there's any objections without making a motion or anything, I would come back with a motion to invite. If there's no interest, then maybe we can just indicate that now. But I think it's a good idea, especially now that we see what programs we're doing at the NVCA going forward. Just anyone object, if I may, Mayor?
Councillor Patterson, as you know, I personally believe we should always have any of our agency partners join us at any time at our council table. We've done that, and I consistently support that. Perhaps I would suggest that we get into some of our budget discussions before we get a budget discussion from the NVCA. So I think we could make it certainly a portion of it, and I would hope that we would have it before council adopts the budget for 2021. Just saying, does that make sense?
Well, it just that's why I referenced the 60. It does perfect sense. I don't think we have to do it immediately, but and I'm sure there's some flexibility on the part of the NVCA staff, but they send it out let's say it's send it out the end of September, so it'll be October. By the end of November, for example, they would like at least a response back from.
Perhaps by the end of November, Councillor, we could just schedule it as to when it would happen.
All right. So if there's no objection verbally here, I'll just craft something for the mayor and send it into you, and you can send it into them.
Sure, we can work that out with the clerk's office to make sure that it is suitable on a council agenda that isn't too loaded with a lot of material. It's one of the things I've always hoped we were able to do here is kind of balance our workload as each of our council meetings come up. So thank you.
For that. Two other things, Village Green proposal. I met with the team there to find out just where they are in the program, and the staff may know this now, but they obviously know that many of the permits issues have been worked through, and I think they are expecting to come. They would like to come to us on September 28th. I have talked to the deputy clerk, Brenda, and I thought that might be a busy meeting. So, but I also gave instruction to the Village Green that they consult with our staff before they commit to a September 28th meeting. But their presence back in council is imminent.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
And one more thing, if I can see Councilor McKechnie wanted to say something, I think, on this show. And that I did have a discussion this morning with MDM Developments, Mr. Doug Gray. And this is the new owners and the developer of the property on 80 Edward Street here in Creemore, the former Doug McIntosh property. So We had a loud introduction to the start of the project on Friday. They started some tree trimming, clearing on a portion of the lot. And there was some initial concern with no one really knowing that they had started. Got some, it wasn't necessary, but some apology from Doug Gray saying that their intention was just to clear a little bit to put a sign up. And they went a little bit far, but nothing substantial. So now we have the project underway. So. And apparently, planning will advise council probably shortly that they've received their first submission to come back with their application. I do believe their intention is not to stick strictly to the former site plan, but to make some modifications to suit their vision for the site. That's my report.
All right, well, we will wait for their report through the planning department. Thank you. Councillor McKechnie, you're the last one on my list. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And no, Councillor Patterson, I didn't have anything to say there. I was waving my hands. I was waving at my neighbor going past the window. That's what I was doing. So anyway, I did have a ward report, but I'm going to defer it for 2 weeks. It seems sort of insignificant what I have to say anyway. So I just want to say, Connie, if you're still watching at all, we love you. We support you. You're doing the right thing, and take care of your health. And that'll do for my board report. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. And I know that all members of this council support that. Thank you very much. I just have a couple little small items. Councillor Broderick mentioned it right at the top regarding AMO. I also attended quite a few of the virtual sessions of AMO. It was the first kind of virtual conference I'd ever been to. First time for everything in this job right now. So it was different. But I was very pleased that the Ministers Forum question period, which we used to call the bear pit, when we would see all the ministers all across the table and we'd all gather and at these meetings. It was very fortunate. I was able to email in a question of which they then answered and posed it to Minister Thompson, asking her for her participation in meeting with the Simcoe County Clerks and Treasurers Association. I represented that organization under some great meetings I've had with our clerk, who is a member of that organization. And the question is in regards to MPIPA and the legislation around that involving cost recoveries and transparency and so on. So I'm pleased to advise that the minister answered the question and then is now going to be meeting with members of our Simcoe County Clerks and Treasurers Association. So I look forward to sitting in on that for a few minutes with the minister and all of our clerks from across the whole county. So that's really looking forward to that. Now listen, something else I just want to mention, you know, perhaps as councillors and the deputy mayor, you've had this question come to you from members of the public. The question that keeps getting posed to me, our streetlights aren't working. How come our streetlights aren't working? Resident calls, says streetlight doesn't work, hasn't worked for 2 weeks, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, I get it. And we do our best to contact the Public Works Department, and then the Public Works Department contact our contractors, and they repair the lights in whatever schedule they can accommodate. We don't have the facilities to repair lights in our facilities. Our staff don't use bucket trucks to do electrical work. It's not in our staff responsibility and job function. But I do want to give you a quick story. I was contacted on a Thursday night about a light being out just around the corner here from around this township office, and it was repaired within 48 hours by the EPCOR crew. They responded immediately and fixed it, and it's up and running. I am very pleased that EPCOR provided that level of immediate service, which is something we had not seen for some time in our community. You know, I can tell you I've taken calls from New Lowell, I've taken calls from Calling Woodlands, I've taken calls from Creemore in Stainer, even on Sydenham Trail in Duntroon I had a call. So I'm very pleased that that happened. So I'm just feeling encouraged, if you don't mind me adding. And the last thing I want to mention, there's Dan Perot. Hello, Dan. Do you want to comment on the streetlight repair?
I just might add one small thing, Your Worship. And especially in the summertime when our staff aren't out on the roads at night, particularly, we wouldn't know that the streetlight's out. So we appreciate any feedback from residents about those streetlights. So, you know, in the wintertime, we have patrollers that go around and they'll notice streetlights and hopefully they will note them and they'll get repaired a little quicker. But in the summertime, it's a little bit more difficult. Just wanted to put that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Don't go away. Councillor Deneen, go ahead.
I just wanted to make further mention about EPCOR. They were quite generous in donating to the Nottawa School to help out with the reopening. Yes, they were really generous. That's all I have to add. They're a great company.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. The last point I had actually was about sidewalks. Council, some of our public participation questions were about sidewalks. I've also taken several emails about sidewalks. Since Dan is here, Dan, could you just outline for us the project parameters that we're working under and what our completion hopefully will be on the this Elm Street, Jonathan Street, across the Simcoe County Trail project here in Stayner in regards to sidewalks?
Certainly, Your Worship. Thank you. So there was some delay in this project as far as obtaining easements across two properties in order to make a connection between Elm Street and Jonathan Court. So there was some delays over the summertime to obtain that and final signature and surveying and whatnot. However, the contractor did start the week before school started, and you know, unfortunately, that they do take time. It does take some time. There were significant tree roots that had to be removed in order to get the sidewalk installed. Met with the contractor this morning. The remaining portion that had not been poured last week was to be poured today. I'll check on it again tomorrow morning. I'm not too sure if that had been done, but that was the plan, that the remaining portion of the sidewalks would be poured today, and they'll be removing their forms tomorrow, assuming it was poured, and restoration at the same time. So I anticipate by Wednesday, Thursday, that the contractor should be out of there, completely out of there for pedestrians.
Okay, further to this then, Mr. Perot, can you outline for council and the staff and the public regarding the trail, which is a walking trail? It's owned and operated by the county. Will we be installing any additional signage to indicate that there's now a crossing there, you know, with the potential for the winter for a snowmobile season, if we ever get a snowmobile season, that snowmobile trail will be crossing a sidewalk. Can you outline what our plans are for that?
Yeah. So we will obviously be in contact with the snowmobile club, the Snow Drifters, I believe it is over there, and just trying to work with them the best we can. It's a concrete sidewalk passing a limestone screening pathway or trail. So we will we'll endeavor to maintain the sidewalk as best as possible, and you know, the sidewalk, concrete sidewalk pedestrian pathway will have priority over the trail, just because of what our CAO had mentioned in the past. Is we have regulation 239 that we have to maintain sidewalks to a certain condition, but we'll certainly endeavor to work with the trails, with the Parks and Rec Department as far as the maintenance of that trail, and the snowmobile club, and have appropriate stop conditions for snowmobiles at the trail crossing. So we'll certainly work with them and get those things in place.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that we're meeting with the Snowmobile Club before the snow arrives, so that's good. The last point, if I may, Mr. Perot, and I'm really glad you're here, is in regards to Locke Avenue, the plans for extending the sidewalk, which is on the south portion of Locke Avenue, which goes from where the sidewalk ends, which is approximately at the Stainer Collegiate door, and then how it meets up to Jonathan. What would be the plan for that, and when would that project come to fruition?
Yeah, I might have to defer to Mike Ron, the director, but there is a plan in place to ultimately is to extend the sanitary sewer further to the west, closer to Highway 26, and it's anticipated at that time that that Locke would be urbanized to allow for proper drainage and sidewalks in that location. Mike may have a bit more information on, the timing of it and other development that has to happen in order to facilitate that.
Thank you. Okay, I see Mike has joined us. Good afternoon there. Good evening, Mike Ron. What's your thought there on the extension of the sewer lines and basically a pretty substantial refit of that street to bring in that sidewalk? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if council may recall 2019 budget. We had a line item in there to do design work for sewer line on Locke Avenue and Jonathan Court. There's a short stretch there where there's no sewer lines. Council may recall my discussion about a property with a failing septic system. Along the same lines, we have a developer up the street, Emerald Creek Estates, that we expected to be approaching final design by now, in which case he'd want to put some pipes in the ground. Also have to, that subdivision has to install water main on Locke Avenue. So the idea is not to rip roads up more than once. We would put the sewer main in when we put the water main in. That developer has not shown signs of moving forward, just to be blunt. Maybe he has some other issues, environmental issues and things that he has to deal with for the subdivision. At the same time, this year we found out from the owner of the property with the filling septic that he doesn't have an issue now. It turns out that it could have been a water leak was causing his septic to flood, for lack of a better term. So the septic is okay now. We don't have an urgent need to put this sewer line in, and we really want to do it with the Emerald Creek development so that we're not, wasting money. Understand what you're saying about the sidewalk. That was discussed a year and a half ago, and we'll have to look at that and see if we can come up with something to help remedy that. Just where Jonathan comes out and the way the school board designed their parking areas is not fantastic, but we're going to have to look at that for sure in the near future.
You bet. Well, I know you gentlemen can appreciate that my desk has been hearing an awful lot of discussion about that particular piece of roadway and that sidewalk. On the one hand, very positive, glad to see we're doing this finally, getting this connection, which some locals around Stainer used to call the mud trail that went through the back of the railway line. So that's now, a pretty substantial, cement walkway, and it's a great investment. I'm glad we got through this, but it just brings more issues forward. I guess all we can do is ask people, please drive carefully. The entire situation at the campus up there is getting a little sensitive, that's for sure. And there's certainly meetings that need to be done and decisions that this council may have to face in the near future. So I appreciate your input, Mr. Ron and Mr. Perot. Thank you for all that. Thank you, guys. Okay, council, I'm finished my report unless you have any questions. No? Okay. We're going to go to 11.2, Councillor Patterson's motion. Councillor Patterson, I'm going to read the motion. I'll call for a mover and seconder. Where is he? There you are. Okay, just making sure you moved on my screen, Tom. There we go. I'm going to read the motion. I assume you're going to make the motion. Then. Of course, and then I'll call for a seconder, and then we will have a discussion. So recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, receive, COU 008-2020, ATV side-by-side access to Township Road report for information. And item 2, direct staff to include the following elements in the staff report. A defined public engagement process, including dates. B, a staff assessment of each of the justifications provided in the ATV side-by-side motion approved on July 27, 2020. C, a staff report, including the outcomes of the comprehensive traffic management study. And item D, the staff report should consider phased in ward by ward implementation plan. Moved by Councillor Patterson. Seconder on the motion, please. Deputy Mayor Burton. Thank you. Members of council, I'm sure we will have some questions and some discussion on this. As is my policy, when somebody has a motion like this and they bring forward a councillor's report, I always defer to the councillor to present. So, Mr. Patterson, would you like to present?
I would, and I do thank you for doing that as we go along, especially in important issues as we recognize this one to be. I am going to do a departure from my usual. I am going to try to be a little bit more concise and refer back to my report from time to time here. So I hit the points. But I put this forward because, and I hope we all recognize this, that we need to make every effort on this issue, as we do with others, but this is particularly important to assure the public that all recommendations that come as a result of the work by council and staff are fair and thorough assessment of the community benefits, as well as the impacts of greater access of the ATV and side-by-side proposal. Public engagement is an important part of that. As it's currently unfolding, it potentially is divisive and very likely to be long-lasting if we allow it to continue without some guidance from council. Without a formal engagement process, in my view, to participate in by the public or to look forward to, the public is left to their own devices to communicate their concerns and preferences, and we're witnessing that now. I've made the observation in the report, and I will repeat it here, that right now, essentially what we have is a de facto ward by ward public shouting match. And I refer to that in those blunt terms because there's no place directly, except the council table, where we can start working to seek common interest and for the public to be reassured that all their points are being made. I want to point out, though, that I think it's particularly concerning that there are some personal attacks as part of this, and there's no place ever for this kind of representation and should be advised against continuing. And we can do that best by putting in a good public engagement process. I hope that the staff report will be reflective of the public. I think the expectation of the staff report by the public is that the public input is part of the weighing the benefits against the impacts in the study. In other words, the public wants to be assured by the council, that their concerns are not only received and acknowledged, but as we did this evening, but that they will form the basis of any decisions by council to grant greater ATV and side-by-side access. It's essential that this method be used as well, so that we need to agree to how to consolidate all the individual public inputs, because we have emails and to councillors, to staff, online citizen surveys, online petitions, paper news. You've seen the whole gamut. We as a council, I think, need to take a leadership position on this and consolidate that information into some meaningful, because in the absence of a public survey, which we discussed earlier, what do we turn to reassure the public that we have understood and have taken their information into account? It has to be verifiable as well. It's a very big concern on myself, valid inputs from all of them. The other thing that I think is important is that there were various justifications made in the motion passed on July 27th. And I think it's important that the staff report review those justifications for their relevance and impact. I think the staff also should outline, as I say in my motion, a public engagement process, including an in-person public meeting. I want to clarify, since we had this discussion earlier brought forward to us by Councillor Robert Walker, that we are undergoing a comprehensive management study. So it would be, I think, an oversight on our part if we did not take into consideration the terms in which they're being considered in the traffic management study. Namely speed, traffic calming, enforcement, particularly enforcement and overall safety on the road. So it's not something that we should overlook when we're making our final decision. And one thing that I think is very obvious, although we see our Clearview as a one community, I see it as a community of communities. I think it's obvious to me that one size does not fit all. And I think there's a merit to recommending, or at least considering, a ward by ward phased in approach. And included in all of this is a partnership, and I know the staff is doing this, getting comments and recommendations from the OPP, NEC, NVCA, Simcoe County in particular, as there have been some suggestions of the health benefits of ATV activity, and that we seek the advice and comments from the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit. So I'll leave that introduction to my motion at that, and look forward to hearing and answering council decision questions.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any members of council with any questions on the motion? Nope. Councillor McKechnie disappeared. Oh, okay. Councillor Lamers is up first, I see. Is there anybody else? Councillor Walker. Okay. Lamers is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've been taking a lot of flack as councillors over the last couple of months over this, about not having public participation. Well, over the last couple of months, we've had hundreds and hundreds of emails from the public. If we were in council chambers, we would have 25 or maybe 50 people attend to vote on this or say their piece on this. So being on the Zoom meetings, we're getting 5-10 times as many people participating in this than we would if we were in council chambers. I feel that we're letting the public have a lot of their say in this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Lamers. I appreciate that. Councillor Walker is next. Is there anybody else that's looking for, and Councillor McKechnie? Okay, Councillor Walker is next. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, Councillor Patterson, to a couple of your points. I'm like you, I am very disgusted with the actions of parties on both sides of the equation here and how they've treated each other, how they have verbally treated council. It's not acceptable and it needs to stop. And I totally agree with you in those comments. It's not been a pleasant experience watching the bantering and the name calling going on for adults to act like that. It's disgusting. Secondly is I would hope that we allow the motion for September the 28th to move forward with our staff report, so that it gives us something concrete to review and look at. And then when we deal with this tonight, there are some points that we could that might be answered in that staff report. We don't know for sure. But we could continue to look at the process and see where we go from there. I think that we need to, let's say, let us go forward with the staff report. I don't know whether I agree with as I said earlier, with the way that people are communicating with each other. I'm not sure public engagement's a good move right now. You might end up with some OPP. You might have to have some people standing by to look after things. I think my whole intention was, when I supported the ATV movement for the 28th of September, was to see a staff report, was to see a draft bylaw, so that we could look at and approve, disapprove, rip apart, whatever, with that came forward. Not expecting to make it a motion that night. My own personal view was not to turn around and say, let's do it tonight, but get that information and look at. I still support moving the ATVs on our streets. After reviewing some of this information, I think we will be looking at some exemptions to a bylaw, times, certain roads, if it goes through. And if it doesn't go through, well, then that's the way it is. That will be council decision at some point in time. I'm not sure I can support a couple of these things, but I do support moving forward and hoping that again, as I say, the 28th is allowed to continue to give us at least something to look at and see where we can go from there.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I acknowledge Councillor McKechnie. Anybody else looking for any cards or any comments? I also acknowledge Mr. Sage. Mr. Sage, I'd like to go through our councillors and then I'll come back to you for sure. All right, Councillor McKechnie is up next.
Thank you very much. And I had a couple of pages of notes here, and I'll try and be as concise as possible. First of all, Mayor, I'd like to, when this does come to a vote, we should have a recorded vote on this. So I'm requesting that. And so taking Councillor Patterson's motion here, recommendation, he's got 4 points. I'd like to speak to each one of them. So at the previous council meeting, you voted to defeat Councillor Patterson's motion directing staff to conduct an ATV survey. And during the following days and weeks, this council has been inundated with emails and phone calls protesting this decision. So I would like to remind the mayor and the CAO, and indeed all of council, the public opinion is an important part of our overall decision on off-road vehicles. And while councillors have a responsibility to represent the public view, staff have an obligation to weigh the benefits and consequences of responding to the demands of our citizens and taxpayers. And right now, staff are not getting the public's input. Those emails go no further than this council. Staff are doing the report. The emails stop at this council. They don't get any further. What we have now is a loose collection of emails, social banter, and letters to the editor, etc., that staff do not see, nor do they take into consideration. My opinion, we were elected by the taxpayer. We work for the taxpayer. I haven't forgotten that. Staff also work for the taxpayer. I think we need a public engagement process with staff present to receive and organize all the information that we've been receiving. As Councillor Lamer said, like we've had like 100 emails or whatever. Well, that's, we need to have that all brought together in an organized public meeting so that in such a way that it's useful to staff as they're preparing their report. Now, item number B of Tom's motion there, I have some deep concerns about the July 27th motion. And I think staff do have to make an assessment of each of the items on that motion. I took a closer look at Mr. Broderick's motion, and I have deep concerns about the veracity of some of his claims. For instance, he states that the citizens of Clearview have repeatedly requested ATV access to all roads since 2003. Well, we've seen from the emails, not all the Clearview residents have requested access. Matter of fact, I would argue that it's a minority now that have requested access. Certainly, it's just the ATV group. Certainly in wards 2 and 5, the ward 2 is what I represent. The vast majority are demanding that access not be approved. Councillor Broderick also cites a York University health study claiming that riding ATVs could meet the basic guidelines of Health Canada for sufficient physical activity leading to positive health adaptations. What a wonderful statement. Ironically, when you check it out. This health study was backed by the Canadian Off-Highway Vehicle Distributors Council and the All-Terrain Quad Council of Canada. What Mr. Broderick doesn't tell us in his motion is that to examine the efficacy of these claims, a panel of experts from Health Promotion International was recruited to review the York University study. This panel was convened to examine this publication, and the experts reviewing included four that have PhDs in exercise physiology and 2 contributing physicians with expertise in sport and environmental medicine. The experts concluded that there were a number of limitations and errors that rendered the claims of health benefits indefensible. Furthermore, they found that the York University study largely failed to take account of the healthcare costs associated with riding ATVs, which are considerable. And if you care to look it up, the review can be found in Health Promotion International, Volume 28, Issue 1, March 2013, pages 133 to 143. That's just something that staff has to do. And we also have, Mr. Broderick also claims that a 2018 public survey conducted by Clearview Township. Ladies and gentlemen, council, no such survey exists. There was no survey in 2018. Mr. Broderick states in his motion that riding ATVs on our township roads may make it easier to follow Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit provincial or federal guidelines during this COVID pandemic. He needs to explain this. Give us some data to back up your assertions. This is what staff has to take into consideration. Indeed, this is a very weak motion that has been approved. It needs to be reconsidered and checked for its accuracy. Item C, and I'm almost done here. Councillor Patterson asked that staff include the outcomes of the comprehensive traffic management study. You know, I think that's, I would like to see that. I recognize that it could take a while. Personally, I'm not opposed to delaying this report until that study, until that traffic management study is complete. I think Councillor Patterson may like to speak to that, whether that's whether he would agree with that or not. Basically, I mean, we deferred a motion that I made to reduce the speed limit to 60 kilometers per hour in a half-mile zone on the 6th concession. And that was deferred until after the traffic management study. And now this ATV deal that we're, motion that we're dealing with, it's going to open up the whole township, affect everybody in the township. And it's, according to the rest of council, it can't be deferred. And I just don't see the connection there. Lastly, the last item, number D, Councillor Patterson requests that staff reports should include a phased-in ward-by-ward approach. So it's my belief that Ward 2 and Ward 5 will bear the brunt of the ATV traffic. The rest of you councillors over in the other wards, you know, I'm sorry to have to say, but I think most of the ATV traffic is going to be coming to the area of Ward 2 and Ward 5. This is the Niagara Escarpment area. This is where we have the winding roads. This is where we have the hilly terrain. This is where we have the lovely natural environment, the lovely scenery here. This is where they're going to be coming. So Ward 2 and Ward 5, who voted, or who 92% against ATVs, they're the ones that are going to have to bear the brunt of this bylaw if it's passed. So I think that we should do a ward by ward approach. If the councillors representing, you know, the rest of the township want ATVs, fine, fill your boots. But I think that we should be taking a very, very close look at Ward 2 and Ward 5, because I fear that we are the ones that are going to bear the brunt of this bylaw. Anyway, I've said my piece. I hope you do support Tom's motion. Tom, I think I give you a lot of credit for bringing this motion forward. I think you're going to get some abuse or some criticism for it, but I think you've got guts to bring it forward, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
All right. I'll stop you right there, Councillor McKechnie. There's no abuse on any members of our council going to happen here at this table. So thank you for that. But Councillor
I didn't mean abuse from the council table. I meant abuse in the media or emails or whatever. And That's what I meant from the citizens.
I appreciate that because believe me, all of us have been receiving that type of stuff. And as Councillor Patterson and Councillor Walker pointed out, that's unacceptable. So,
Well, if I may, since I'm the subject of the discussion,
well, you're not actually. You're not the subject right now. That's just a point.
I have thick skin and high hopes, so don't worry about taking it.
Just advice to anybody who's thinking about getting involved in politics, you must have thick skin if you're going to get involved. There's no doubt about that. Okay, Councillor Deneen is next. Then I have Deputy Mayor Burton. Is there anybody else who wishes to chime in there after that? Okay, Councillor Deneen, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I agree with Councillor Walker. I have every confidence in the staff presenting a fair and concise report draft bylaw to us, and that I look forward to September 28th. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to start off by saying, yes, we've all received these emails, some not so nice emails, some are okay. But I want to start off by saying, I supported the original motion to, back when we agreed to give them, access to certain roads, they gave them access to their trails. And I supported that. And that was a close vote. And because they showed some responsibility and whatever. But the ATV club now, group, club, whatever you want to call them, want more access. Well, I think that, this is a major decision that this council has to make. And I think that the ATV people should be putting a motion together, or should be putting a survey together to show us, and I mean a real survey approved by the township, to show us these actual figures that they're talking about. And not only should they do that, they should be paying for it. They should pay to have this survey done and come up with some accurate information on all these thousands of people that claim want to have ATV access, because we know there's lots that don't. And that's a reality that the ATV people are going to have to face. So I'm going to support Councillor Patterson's motion. I want to see the report. So I'm not in favor of deferring the 28th. I want to see what that report says. I am not in favor of making a decision that night to pass a bylaw, but I want to see what that bylaw says. And as Councillor Walker said, let's look at it, let's analyze it, let's dissect it, let's make what modifications we have to make to it. But I want to see it before I'm prepared, and I don't want to have to make a decision on the fly that night. So I think it's something that we should be looking at. I want to see what it says, and let's see where we go from there. But I'm like Councillor McKechnie. The ATV people are making a lot of claims with nothing to substantiate their claims. So, but I also recognize that, and I'll say this in defense of our staff have been given direction from council, and they follow the direction that council gives them. And unfortunately, the recommendation or the direction they've been given is to give greater access to all roads and right-of-ways and unused roads. So that's what they're working on. So we need to see that report, see what it comes up with, and then let's dissect it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Burton. Councillor Broderick, you haven't spoken. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm concerned about a number of things here. I can't support this. Ward by ward implementation, how on earth would that possibly work? You could, as far as enforcement, it would just be a dog's breakfast. And I keep hearing the ATV group. We're talking, this is a residence thing. And some of those residents that live in both Ward 5 and Ward 2 have come to talk to me and don't feel they're being properly represented. So let's put everything on the table. If you're gonna, and that's just a reality. That's it for me for now.
Okay, Councillor Broderick. I have some comments. I'll withhold that for now. Mr. Sage has been desperately waiting to speak. I recognize you, Councillor McKechnie. I say that, but Mr. Sage, I did tell him that I'd let everybody speak and then maybe hammer away at a few more. Go ahead, Mr. Sage, if you wanted to jump in with some comments.
Oh, Your Worship. Okay, Mr. McKechnie, he did have his card up if you want to. I can wait, no rush.
He's giving you the opportunity. Doug, how about you take it? Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, Councillor Broderick, if you have some, if you've been talking to residents in Ward 2 that don't feel that they're being properly represented, please let me know who they are, and I'll go and have a chat with them and such. I think I've represented this ward admirably. I've done my best. I work really hard, and I take offense to what you just said there. But I would like to put forward a friendly motion to Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson, I'm just wondering, in order to get this moving forward, would you be willing to compromise on item C, a staff report including the outcomes from the comprehensive traffic management study? Because that could hold this up until the spring. I think the other three items, staff can do. Maybe not by the 28th, but maybe by the middle of October they can do it. So we're not going to be delaying this very long. Would you be willing to compromise on item C if we put this friendly motion forward? Basically take that item out.
Councillor Patterson, do you accept that friendly amendment to remove item C?
I will. So I appreciate the discussion. And first of all, I agree that the September 28th date can still be met with a staff report. I think we should honor the work that staff has done so far under direction of council. My concern would be if there was anyone here at this table today that would think that we were actually going to approve that motion on the 28th. Okay, so first of all, I took the words in the approved motion to heart. It said to bring it forward and then for the purposes of further discussion. Okay, and I've also assumed that the further discussion meant not just with council, but between council staff and the public through a public meeting. So with those assumptions going forward, I'm okay with the report coming as it is in a draft form based on the information that staff has been able to provide for discussion. It's a big subject. Taking it in pieces, that's probably not a bad idea. Could have been the original plan. So if anyone thinks that they were going to approve it on the 28th, I'd like to hear about that tonight, because that changes my mind with regards to any friendly emotions. I'm also, so in terms of the question, a comprehensive traffic management study, there's a purpose for doing it. Okay, or there isn't. All right, I'm going to take the affirmative. There's a purpose for doing that. And it's to ensure that our roads are safe. And if we're going to look at things like speed, if we're going to look at things like traffic calming, we're adding more traffic. I'm not speculating if it's a lot more or if it's dangerous. I'm just saying we are adding traffic to our roads. In the middle of a study, I would at least like a consideration being given. That's the meaning of my motion. The consideration being given that regarding the points that we're considering in the traffic management study. So we can't have all the. Ideally, I'd like to have all the reports done, but I would accept a friendly amendment. Okay, to change the wording to direction to staff to make reference to the impact that any decisions council makes about ATV and side-by-side addition to any of our roads may have with regards to our comprehensive traffic management study. Because we may want to, that will affect. We may want to phase some things in because we need to consider the impact on the road. Other roads, we may not need to. So I would accept a friendly amendment to the wording that says that we make reference to the ongoing comprehensive traffic management study. And then see what we come up with on the 28th. I'm okay with that. My intention, as I said earlier, in my high level comments was, my intention was not to defer this. I think at this stage, I think the public needs to get some direction that possibly will influence the final decision. That, again, I'll say it again, that's contingent that there will be public engagement in the form of a public meeting after the staff report is reviewed and before a final decision is made. So I have the 28th and then work on a public meeting.
I can ask the clerk to record that amendment that's been made in a friendly manner. If there's any questions from the clerk to the mover of the motion, Madam Clerk.
So thank you, Your Worship, through Your Worship to Councillor Patterson. So I've recorded the make reference to the ongoing traffic management study. So I did capture that part. Your second part of your comments made reference to the fact that it would be contingent. You would make that change contingent on there being a public meeting. Did you want to add that to the resolution as well?
No, I don't think it's necessary. I take your advice on that, but it's actually item A in my motion.
Okay, so item A just talks about public engagement, which can take all sorts of different forms. So I think if you're looking for a public meeting, it's best to clarify that.
First of all, I can clarify it, but I'd also like to hear what the staff comments are on that. But public meeting, to me, is a natural next step on this. Given, even if we don't do, it is a standard practice in many of our bylaws. Not all, but it is, we recognize that it often is important to notice or give notice to our public that we're taking a specific action that affects their lifestyle. So public engagement, I want the understanding of this process understood. Public engagement will include a public meeting. I say that in my report. I've already commented that, but I don't want to say that's all you need to do. If there's other suggestions that the staff has, or indeed this council has, in terms of how to engage, then I think we should follow that as well. Case in point, we've got, as Councillor Lamer said, we have hundreds of submissions from the public. We can't ignore that. How are we going to consolidate that? How are we going to take it and look at it and put it into some meaningful report from the public in the absence, again, of a survey that says, yes, this is something we feel is maybe not statistically relevant, but we can at least verify that this is a valid input on both sides of the discussion, and it's data that's worthy of making a decision on the basis of. So I'm a little reluctant just to say public meeting, because then the default is going to be, well, you said public meeting, so we did a public meeting. There may be other ideas. I'm not trying to narrow the ideas. I'm trying to broaden it to public engagement, including a public meeting. So if you want me to make a change to A, I would accept a friendly amendment that said a defined public engagement process, including a public meeting and including dates.
Madam Clerk, have you copied that?
Yeah, so I've made that change to the resolution, Your Worship, and Councillor Patterson. The one thing that I will note, just so the public has expectations of how we would move forward. Should a public meeting be scheduled in the future, I'll just say the same comment that I've said before. We're in the middle of a pandemic, so the public meeting might just look a little bit different than it would normally look. As an example, it might need to be a virtual meeting because there is quite a bit of interest in this topic. So should council proceed forward with that, the public meeting would have most likely a different look and approach.
And just, if I may, just a quick agreement. Thus, my interest in keeping the definition of public engagement broad, because we need to think about it. But we have to also recognize that on September 23rd, we're meeting in place, much smaller group. So we are starting to make those adjustments. And I think we absolutely need to do that here. But thank you for the clarification from the clerk.
Are we good then? We've got an understanding of some amendments that have been made to the motion. Before we bring this to a vote, I will certainly get it reviewed by the clerk once again, so there's clarity. I'm going to just pause for a moment. Councillor Patterson mentioned our meeting on the 23rd, which is correct. I have asked for to follow up on our May 4th meeting. I have asked for it to be an in-person meeting. I want you, members of council, to understand that I've had some pushback from our clerk on it, and but I appreciate her and I respect her. But I believe we, as a council of 9, perhaps 8 tonight, should be able to meet in the space and have a conversation where we can have a workshop about the budget, which is what council has requested. So that's why I would like to continue to move forward in that fashion. Now, Mr. Sage, I'm going to go back to you because you had joined us and wanted to put your commentary in, and I wish you would do that, please.
Thank you, Worship and members of council. I would ask your worship that once I'm done speaking, that you would give the opportunity perhaps for the authors of the report to make comment. Because, I mean, fundamentally, Dan and Mike have got a big job ahead of them. But, you know, obviously this is a very important decision for Clearview. And Councillor McKechnie summed it up pretty well when he talked about what staff need to do. And he said that 2 or 3 times, and that's great. But the problem is since July 27th, what staff needs to do is a moving target. And so there's not a councillor who didn't make comments that I don't agree with. So staff just want to do a good job and give you everything you're asking for or against ATVs. So that's a bit of a challenge that we're having, that every month, what it is, the expectations are and what you're asking for we're getting them by email, by letters, by motions, by council meetings. We need to really tie down what your expectations are, council. So I guess, you know, there's 2 things to talk about. There's this motion and what do we absolutely need to do for the 28th? So the motion of what needed to be provided on the 28th did not ask for some of the items that Councillor Patterson has in this motion. You know, the review of the claims by the ATV. You know, I don't know if Dan's doing that, but I highly doubt it because that wasn't specifically requested. But a lot of other things were requested, talking to our neighbors, talking to authorities, talking to the OPP. So I'm pretty confident that staff are dealing with all those. Councillor Lamers made the comment about hundreds of emails. So if staff are to include what council believes is a pro or con approach to this, we need to know how you want us to be engaged in gathering that information. I got a lot of notes, so I'm going to need a couple minutes because we need to know what you want. I think it was maybe Councillor McKechnie said another really good thing, or maybe it was Councillor Patterson. Whatever it is we gauge from the public, it needs to be verifiable. I wrote that word down. So if staff do not verify our comments, is council going to be disappointed in our report? So in order for us to verify, we need to have access to all the data, or we can't verify it. It's just your assumption versus ours. So staff can't verify something that we don't have. So back to the actual comment or the motion. Councillor Patterson asked for a defined public engagement. As staff, we're going to focus on the word defined. So we have had situations in the past where we have created surveys, public engagement processes, gone through the process, the reports have come in, and staff have been challenged on the makeup or the role or the process or the question that we asked. So I will be recommending to staff that the defined public engagement gets approved by council. We can absolutely come up with what you'd like, but you're going to need to approve it, because on this item, we don't want to ask the public the wrong question. Second thing, reviewing the claims by the ATV group. There are probably some of those items that we have the in-house expertise to certainly provide comment on those items, but not all. Some of those items, we don't have that in-house expertise. We would have to reach out to either consultants / experts. Even the province of Ontario would provide some data on those issues, but we don't have that expertise in-house to accomplish all of that. I think Councillor McKechnie brought a friendly amendment forward to consider not including the need for the traffic study. As staff, will support either way, but I can tell you that if it must be included as part of the process, we really should not take any further action until sometime in the spring of 2021. That, to my understanding, that report won't be available until around January. And then the next thing is staff should include a report on a ward by ward implementation. The word should is the word that I focused on. Should doesn't work for us. I'm sorry, council. We need to, staff must or staff shall or council directs. We're absolutely okay with that. So we need some council decisions here, and staff, we just want to be sure we give you what you want. And I don't mean from a decision point of view, but I mean from the data and the gathering. And we obviously, as you're struggling with it too, we're faced with a moving target here. And one of these days we have to say, well, this is the target from a staff point of view, because to implement or add these additional considerations, I'll leave it to Dan to speak, but I doubt if he can have it done by Monday when he would have to have it to the clerk. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Sage. Given the opportunity and the invitation that Mr. Sage has forwarded to our two roads superintendents, Dan Perot and Mike Ron, Director and Deputy Director. Gentlemen, please jump in and if you would, please provide some commentary. I didn't know that you'd be joining us at this point, but thank you for joining us. I'll start with Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is obviously Dan's leading this report. I just want to reinforce what Steve said about the expertise. So, you know, the council, and I'm looking at my other screen just so I don't get it wrong. The actual resolution, you know, it's about greater access to all roads of Clearview, including undeveloped roads, road allowances, trail systems, etc. So Dan's expertise is roads and the other municipalities he knows well. And so the report is about Dan's expertise. And like Steve said, we don't have expertise in how to interpret survey information from large groups of people. And that would have to, we would need some help on that. The report, the council resolution is right in Dan's wheelhouse, and I'll let Dan speak to it. But, you know, the report, I guess, as the politicians, absolutely, you need all the information you can gather to make this decision. But the expertise in this particular report is a roads focus. You know, opinions, absolutely. Council's going to make decisions based on those opinions, and I don't know if emails are going to be different than a survey or not. But I just wanted to reinforce what Steve said about that, and I'll leave this to Dan. Thank you,
Mike. Mr. Perot.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, I'm not sure that I can add much more than what our CAO has put forth, but you know, I've been compiling information, discussing with other stakeholders, as Councillor Patterson had stated, that, you know, the OPP, other municipalities, Springwater, Wasaga Beach, Grey County, neighboring municipalities that have gone through the same process. And what they've looked at, the Niagara Escarpment Commission has provided us with some background information. Sorry, I apologize. You still hear me? Yeah. Oh, sorry. So discussion with NEC, they've going to provide us some input, I guess, with as far as their input into ATV use, and also staff is going to look at what the makeup of our roads are. Do some roads better suited to have ATVs on if council approves, or they're not. Geometry, certainly. So, we are taking those things into consideration. As far as putting the report together, resident input, not so much. We're providing the expertise, the regulations, the legal side of things, what other municipalities have done, what roads may be suited or not suited for that use, and and provide that information.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perot. Now, is anybody else, because I would like to say a few words. Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up what I heard from staff that may lead to a friendly amendment. So I suppose as the mover, I'd have to ask someone to consider it. Indeed, the staff report, he didn't like the word should. I understand with that. I was trying to be a little broader. The staff, and then my motion, my suggestion for a friendly amendment, if someone wishes to make it, is that the staff be directed to consider a phased-in ward-by-ward implementation plan. The council's not saying that's the way it's going to be. So clearly, it's just an option that we have based on what we find in the staff report and what we interpret the public opinion to be. So that the staff be directed to consider a phased-in ward-by-ward implementation plan.
All right, so again, another amendment. I would hope that the clerk has copied that down.
If I may just again, I do have some other comments regarding that were made, but I'll defer back to the mayor.
All right, well, thank you, Tom. I'll be coming back to you for sure. Listen, I have a couple comments I want to make in regards to public engagement. Certainly, as Councillor Lamer said when he kicked off our commentary on this, following Councillor Patterson's presentation, we have had a significant, very significant increase in public engagement and public participation here. All members of council are fully aware of that. Members of the public are aware of that, who are watching us and seeing our agendas with 63 and 62 various items on our public engagement, absolutely record-breaking. And Councillor Lamers also mentioned that had this been, in a traditional meeting in our chambers, there would be 25 to 50 people perhaps stand at a microphone and say their piece and make any submissions that would then be included in the agenda or in the minutes of the meeting. I mean, that certainly can happen. I find it interesting that during our COVID crisis, and the province of Ontario led us down this path so we can continue to meet in this direction and in this way, that we've had a very significant increase in public engagement. That's great. So much so that Minister Clark stood up at the AMO virtual conference and basically boasted about the fact that he has been acknowledged across the province that there are higher engagement of public participation right across the province in all councils. And so frankly, I think it's working. That portion is absolutely working. We are indeed, able to communicate with members of the public through this process, and so we're doing it. And as COVID is, this is the one thing I guess that's perhaps made it better, because if COVID was not here, we'd all be sitting in the chamber, and there might be 6 or 10 people in the audience if we're lucky on any particular night. So public engagement, I believe, is working. The challenge there, as it's been all pointed out by members here as well, that we need to have some decor and some respect. And there has been several accusations that are not welcome, that's for sure. Particularly, if I may, accusations that have been made about me. As I clarified with the Integrity Commissioner, I have no ability as the mayor to question someone in regards to whether they have a conflict of interest or not. To be absolutely clear, I have no authority to do that. And so I will not. That's just how it is. And I have no authority to do it. So, people thinking that I'm propping up another member of council, to be honest, I want you to know I will prop up each and every one of you. And I have, and I will continue to do that. If you need some support on a motion, I'd be interested to hear about it. The challenge here is that, I also hear from the public as well, just like you. And so I have to make decisions from my desk and from my responsibilities. And so that's what public engagement's all about. We all have to balance our inputs. Now, I want to talk about the expert reports. Councillor Broderick brought it up in his motion. Councillor McKechnie, I also went through and read some of those. To be honest, Councillor Broderick, I felt they were kind of perhaps not as strong as evidence to support your motion, but the strong support that I saw to support the motion was coming from the public. Your comments about whether it's being talked about across our community constantly, and you've heard from thousands of people. I also have been hearing about this since was first brought up. And I respect one of the comments that was made by Councillor Deneen about responsible adults out there. We have a lot of very responsible operators of these machines who are getting tickets for no reason other than they're riding on a road where the municipality has a bylaw for prohibiting it. And so I support those people. I absolutely do not support any of the, let's just call it hooliganism, that you see in some of these riders, and not just ATVers, certainly the motorbike community, as in the dirt bike community. I don't understand that at all. I'm not in favor of any of that type of activity. So I want to mention, I mentioned this back on the July 27th discussion, that council, we have asked our staff to prepare a technical report. Mr. Perreault mentioned that briefly in his comments there in regards to some of the technical abilities of some of our roads. I think that we are going to rely on our staff to give us the best technical information they possibly can. And they're also going to consider the uses of the roads and how they appear. One of the technical items that I've had discussion with members of the public about, and other members of this council various times, this question is about the township of Clearview roads. The county of Simcoe roads are not on the table here. We have no authority to make any type of decisions about county roads, nor will I actually take it to the county myself. I don't see myself asking for that at the county. I'd be interested to see if other members of county council are interested in that type of thing, but that's not where I stand. This is about municipal roads here within the jurisdiction of the township of Clearview. But I do want to stand and tell you that I am not supportive of some of the comments in regards to trails. We have a trail called the Train Trail, which I mentioned earlier is part of the county of Simcoe, and I'm not supportive of ATVs on that rail trail. And I know that our staff know that they cannot make any recommendations to us because it's not our trail. So that's something that certainly I hope we're going to hear on the 28th and 29th when we receive this information, 28th. So it's interesting, by the way, that we received a that forwarded information just today from our clerk regarding the survey from 2016. I had it, of course, it was in my desk at home. I don't have it right here at my office, so it was kind of nice to have it here again, pop up on my computer. 786 respondents to the survey, 114 of them identified as not being from the community. So let's just go with somewhere around the neighborhood of 650 people participated in that survey. It's a small undertaking for sure, a small number of people that represent that. And in the end, it's actually a small number of people that are ATV users in our community. It's not 10,000 as was posted in some advertisement in the newspaper. It's a very small number of people. I want to comment about the ATV group. I have not had any contact with the ATV group other than the fact that Councillor Broderick is a member of that ATV group and has shared that information with us. I've not any meetings. I've not had any contacts. I've not had any communications with the ATV group. It's been mentioned by other members here that they're participating in creating an email list and getting people to send out emails and in support of the motion. I know nothing of that. I just receive emails and I keep track of them on my computer, and I log them and appropriately, and I'll use all of those emails to assist me when I make a decision in the end. And the last thing I want to state is Councillor Patterson said these words. He said that we want to ensure that our roads are safe. I couldn't agree more. That's why I want to support our roads being safe by supporting those responsible adults who drive safely. That's where I want to be on this whole thing. So we're going to have a discussion here about this motion here tonight. Councillor Patterson, I'm going to defer to you to have some closing statements, and then we'll have a discussion about how we vote on this motion here. Councillor Patterson, would you like to pick up the floor?
Yes, thank you very much. To Councillor Lamer's point of view, yes, we've had lots of emails, and I hope you appreciate what do we do with it? How do we assemble it? I have my list. I try to capture as much. Obviously, I have all the emails that came from council. Do I share the ones I think you don't have? I'm certainly willing to do that. I certainly will refer to them. Okay, we're all in the same boat. Okay, and how do we assist staff? Okay, in any direction we give them to have a defined public engagement process. So there's work here. That's one of the things I said right from the very beginning. My effort here is to clarify. Now, so how do we do that? In terms of some of the work that Councillor Walker asked, things that needs to be done. I understand why you would say that perhaps a public meeting might not be a good thing in person because of the emotion. I hope that was just kind of a kind of a saying I hope it's not real, because, and I don't think it is, because I think one of the reasons why you would even suggest something like that is because people don't feel engaged in the process. They're writing stuff, it's going into a digital black hole. They're hearing us talk back and forth on it, and they don't see their place in it. And the evidence of that is they didn't wait for us to do a survey. And when we said no to the survey, they took it upon themselves to do a survey and a petition and to form ad hoc groups to make representations. And then you hear the frustration that's coming out from all these good people in the form of some name calling and some shouting. Okay, they're trying, and sarcasm, they're trying to get our attention. We know that. So how do we get them to feel like they're part of the process? And then eventually, when we have them in the room, I think it'll be like every other public meeting that we've had. We conduct ourselves well when we do that. We give them the information that we have. and they have their time to debate. So whatever form of public engagement, I don't think we should be afraid of involving the public. In terms of the, one thing that we haven't talked about, and this really, again, is a thing that we need to consider as we overlay our plan to provide access, if we do, to ATVs, is the impact it'll have on our business community. Whether it's positive or negative, how do they accommodate for it? For Stayner, they can't use the roads. In Creemore, we have a parking issue. Okay, those are the two main business areas. All right, what's the plan for our business owners? We shouldn't ignore the fact, what is their marketing plan? Where do they want their districts to go? Do they believe that ATVs will generate the kind of revenue that has been suggested? Which is why we need to vet some of that information, and we have to talk to the chamber and the BIA. So that, and if you haven't done it already, staff, I understand you can't do it by the 28th. But if we're going to have further discussion, these are the kinds of things we can discuss on the 28th. In terms of what John said, I understand your frustration. You have to be part of this conversation though, Councillor Broderick, okay? It's not that we're asking you to bend our way. We're asking you to be open, to be discussions, and to be open to some of the suggestions we're making. I've had discussions with people that have been involved, not currently, with both the Federation and the Central Ontario ATVs. Okay, they've been, and the reason I called one of them is because I thought he presented a very fair request for ATVs, but it was also very measured. We had an excellent conversation, and there is some agreement that we need to bring both sides together. This is the leadership that council can provide to this process. All right. He also clarified some of the unofficially, of course, I can't really use the information, but clarified in my mind some of the reasons for the asks. In terms of enforcement, again, we're not talking about enforcement. Calling the OPP is futile. Let me put it on the line. And I've had discussions with the OPP, again, sometime, not recently, but in essence, we don't pay. We don't pay the OPP for bylaw enforcement. Okay? So we're not going to get the kind of service we're implying for enforcement. If we want to be concerned, if we recognize that there are a lot of adult responsible ATV owners, and we don't want it to ruin it. We don't want the people who don't follow rules to ruin it for the responsible ones. One of the tools we have is enforcement. How are we going to get it? That's a cost we have to consider in what we're doing here. Not after it happens, but before we implement. So I think that's another thing that we can talk about again in this time at the 28th. And finally, I'd like to thank the mayor for recognizing that the survey in 2016 did represent a small number, and the people in still an important number, but still a smaller number, which doesn't really translate from the 2016 study to how it could be useful here. We need to find a way to have a verifiable public engagement process. And I agree with the CAO when he asks, I think it's a good question, what do you mean by verifiable? Because we're accountable as council. And staff is responsible and will say, I made the decision on the best information I had. So that's why I'm thinking that we have to pay more attention to the public engagement process, including a public meeting. So I hope that helps clarify why I think, yes, there is a lot of work to be done. I don't think we should be afraid of deferring the process. Have the meeting on the 28th, but know that there's more work to be done. And start the process in a public window so that the public can see that we're actually trying to engage them and make the right decision for this community, not just a portion of the community, but for the communities.
All right, Councillor Patterson, you've made some very good points, as each of our members have here tonight, and I thank you for that. I think that we've had a long discussion. I want to take a moment and just speak about the meeting on the 28th. You asked the question, Tom, whether we felt that there would be passing a motion and passing a bylaw that night. Looking across this table and with the engagement of our community, I would expect that we will not be doing that. What I will expect is we're going to receive a wonderful report from our staff who are talented, and then our council will take the abilities and that we have to make amendments, to make recommendations, to offer changes. Because remember, this is our prerogative as the elected officials to ask for that, to make those changes and make it suitable. And that's where I expect this to go. Again, with all respect to Councillor Broderick, the motion certainly was brought up and brought all the points forward that needed to be done. There are certain areas of that, as in Councillor Patterson's item B about justifications provided, that the staff are not going to be able to answer. And so we have to, as councillors and mayor and deputy mayor, we have to review all of those and make our best judgment on how we move this forward. And that's what we have to do. So if there's anything further, we need to have a discussion, if you might. Councillor Patterson, you mentioned it early in the meeting, but whether each item was going to be separated out, or are we going to go for a full motion decision? Council, any discussion on that? Mr. Patterson.
Well, I'll wait for, sorry, I put it up. I have another point to make, but have council answer your question.
All right, Councillor Walker, go ahead, then Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Patterson, do we have some timelines with some of your motions here? I'm just wondering if you've got a time frame around when you see completion of some of your points on your motion.
Mr. Patterson?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to respond to Mr. Walker?
I would. Well, let's look at them. In terms of public engagement, the timeline is something that we would set based on the staff's recommendations, including dates, because staff has to do some work for us. So rather than put arbitrary dates in and have to be changed, the one date I would say is that it should not happen without a public meeting on the 28th. So it has to be past the 28th. And as soon as we can convene a public meeting based on what staff's final decision is, at least first cut at the draft bylaw and the draft recommendations. In terms of the staff assessment, I would like, if at all possible, a first cut at either staff's opinion of the justifications or staff's recommendations on how to verify that information, or actually, if the clubs are listening, or sorry, if somebody that can provide some of that information that we can verify as relevant to Clearview, maybe choose somewhere else, but may not be here, then that could form part of the 28th. If not, then it's something we would continue to talk about as we discuss the next phase of our discussion here. Staff report regarding the outcomes of the traffic report, we've already talked about. So I've made a friendly amendment change to that. I'd like to hear staff's assessment of adding ATVs relative to the things we're considering under the seat traffic management study. And I think there's some things that can be said on the 28th by staff and council with regards to phased in and ward by ward. For example, the comment that Councillor Broderick made is valid. You know, how do we, to some point, how do we manage? How do we enforce a ward by ward? Well, it's not so complicated. It's almost smaller scale, but it's the same way. Let's say the COATV manages the trail system they have that's accessible. You look at a map, it's shaded, it's colored. Okay, the same way we handle it right now. There's routes that are open now, and you can go and use some roads and you can't others. So I don't see the complication. I sense maybe there might be some frustration with ATV units. I understand that. That's the whole purpose of the discussion here. So I don't know if that helps, but I can't give you specific dates because I shouldn't be dictating those dates. I think it's based on what we hear on the 28th. I hope that helps, Councillor Walker.
Councillor Walker, do you have any response? I've got a comment.
I'm certainly wondering if we almost, some of this needs to wait till we get the information on the 28th to define these next steps and moving forward with those. I just want to make another comment. The fact is that I know there are a lot of people that think we should do this right away. There are a lot of people that think we shouldn't. I, as a councillor, just want to make sure we do it right. We do it once and we do it right. So if we need to take a little more time to do it, then we do. But I'm wondering if some of these are need to wait till after we get the report on the 28th before we bring them up and define them a little further. That's where I'm just at right now with some of those, with some of Councillor Patterson's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Before you go on, Tom, I would like to jump in there. You heard from the CAO and also our members of staff who said that they they can't provide those justifications that you're asking for in item B. I mean, that's not up to them. That's not their role to provide that type of information. It's up to you as individual councillors who will be responsible to make the decision. So that information, thank you, Councillor McKechnie, for pointing that out. And I would hope that other members of council will take an opportunity to review some of that material as well. So Tom, that was what you said about those things. And so in regards to Councillor Walker just said, I think that it's appropriate that we get the report, that we have a look at it. We have an opportunity to discuss it, and we can make recommendations, make amendments, pass it or defeat it, whatever this council, the will of council will be. So it's on the table. And so I'm not sure if by passing, honestly, Tom, any of these items, even with your friendly amendments, whether it's doing anything to get us closer to understanding what we're going to see on the 28th, because we're still waiting for our report. You outlined about the, how we do it ward by ward. If you look at Springwater Township, which is what we've referred to in the original motion, they have a very good map that outlines what roads are accessible to ATVs and what roads are not. It's a very good map. It clearly tells you, if you look at it, which roads. I would encourage through the CAO and our staff to prepare a similar type of map because, to be honest, we've got a very good GIS staff here, and let's put them on this project. I think that'd be a great project for them to create. So that's my comment there. I see your card, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Tom did sort of flash his yellow card a minute ago, so I'll go to Tom again and then over to you, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Tom.
I give it to Deputy Mayor. Yes,
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Now, I hear everybody dancing around this issue about the 28th, and I'm betwixt and between, because I understand the importance of what this says, of Councillor Patterson's motion, But I'm wondering if this shouldn't be deferred until we see the report on the 28th. And I want to know how Councillor Patterson would feel about that, to defer it till we actually see the report. Because by the sounds of it, it's going to be ready Monday or in the next 7 days. Staff has made it clear they can't include all this in this upcoming report. So, and with Councillor Walker saying, you know, which is what I'm saying, let's see the report. Let's see the report and see what it says. And then we can have this stuff added in as a secondary motion. Once we see the report, we can say, we can give further direction to staff, which is what I believe the CAO has been asking for, is further direction. So, but I think we need to see the report first. I want to know how Councillor Patterson would feel about deferring.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Patterson, are you prepared to accept that? Perhaps even withdraw the whole thing, and we'll talk about it.
Let me just talk plainly and bluntly here. I don't want to get caught again in another reconsideration trap.
Right.
Well, we talk about this. We've considered it. We've done a lot of thinking during this meeting. We've kept the public on the line. Those that are watching, we're going to make a decision, aren't we? If I go forward with this and it's defeated, those issues don't go away.
No.
They're still needed. And once you start to hear more public input and and I'm sure there'll be a lot more public input if we do nothing tonight, then you know, there's some of you that may be persuaded to go one way or the other. I don't know why, since everyone is virtually either agreed by their silence or in their comments, agree that we should be doing a public engagement process. That's one thing we should be able to agree to tonight.
Councillor Patterson, we are engaged in that right now as we speak.
If I've said anything tonight,
we truly are.
If I have said anything tonight, I've said that is not the kind of decision-making public engagement process that allows us to make an accountable decision. If you're thinking that it means a survey, if you're thinking it means a public meeting, that's why I wanted to broaden it to saying the public has to be engaged in some meaningful way, including the dates and in person in my report. So let's not jump to conclusions what it means. We've given enough for staff, I would hope, to think it through, even for the 28th, even if it's just the first impressions, first draft, and then we can talk about it. I want some assurance before I go further that we are committed to a public engagement process, and that means that we're not going to be doing it on the 28th, a decision before we do that. So again, I'll say, I don't want to get caught in a position where we had a lot of good discussion here, and then once again, we're going to try to defer my proposal or anyone else's proposal along these lines, or we're going to say, well, no, you've already had your chance, and no, we're not going to approve a reconsideration. So, because these are important, I'm not going to let some of these go. All right, so.
Tom, excuse me, Councillor Patterson, you've got some great points. There's no doubt about it. And what worries me is that you continue to be pressing that we are not doing public engagement. We absolutely are. There has been, as you know, because you're on the email for council@clearview.ca, an unprecedented contact with members of council by members of the public. And they're very clearly laying out their pros and their cons, and they're also respectfully, some of them, respectfully giving us their addresses and stating clearly that they are Clearview residents, which is very helpful. I hope that's helpful to all of you. And so I appreciate that very much. We are absolutely hearing from it. I want to be further though, Tom, is that we are hearing phone calls. And since I've been able to come back here into the offices of the township, I've had people come right into the door here and speak to me with their masks on, which is appreciated. They're speaking to me about this and offering their commentary. They're offering it to me in person. I've had people stop me at the end of my driveway. I've had people walk up to me while I'm sitting at the patio, at a restaurant, asking me about it. By the way, I've had somebody walk up to me when I was in Wasaga Beach. All right, I was in Wasaga Beach getting gas, and the guy recognized me and he wanted to talk to me too. So we pulled over and had a conversation on the side of the road. So people are absolutely engaging with us. You are all hearing from this. I'm quite confident. There's no doubt we are getting public engaged. The challenge, Tom, and to all members of council, we're in this COVID situation. Would you have ever thought, in February, that we'd be sitting here looking at our computers and all our little screens, and this is how we have to conduct the business of the corporation? And yet, we're finding our way through it. We absolutely are. We're doing it, and other communities are doing it too. This is not, it's not easy, but it is getting done. And the county of Simcoe has been conducting the meeting with, as the deputy mayor knows, 32 members, and I don't know, dozens of staff members that were connected to the meeting, as well as members of the community or part of the county of Simcoe's committee of the whole structure. There's a lot of engagement. People are engaged, and that's great. So I really, really disagree with your stance on the whole concept of a public meeting, because you know what? It's 2020. I don't see how we put people standing at our Chrome microphone there at the center of our chambers, right? And get better engagement. I don't see it. I think we're getting amazing engagement right now. We're definitely hearing. And you're right, some of them are very, very passionate, and some of them make some very good points on both sides. And that's very respectful. And so I encourage them to continue to do that. So your point about public engagement, we're going to hear public engagement right up until such time as a vote is held and a bylaw is passed. And we're going to hear more public engagement even after. So I think until we can get out of our COVID situation, I don't see how we're going to change this. Simply don't.
So if I may, so how do we have benefit of those conversations? There's no lack of recognition that we're getting input from the public. The point being is how do we summarize that, consolidate it, and put it into data that we can say, yes, now we understand, because we all have our collection of inputs, we all have our opinions. So, and
respectfully, we all make decisions in our own ways. And you have demonstrated your insistence upon data over and over and over again, and it's to be admirable thing. It's a great idea. There are other members of council, that do not need that information. They make decisions in their own way. And that makes us all unique individuals here, okay? And we have to make these decisions. We are tasked with this responsibility, and that's where we are. And we don't all make decisions the same way. There's no doubt about it.
How do you, okay, so how do we actually come to an agreement that none of these points will be dropped until we have the report?
With council's blessing, I'll comment. I think all of these points, Tom, can be brought up once we receive the report, once we actually have some hard data in front of us, as you're asking for, about which roads, trails, unopened road allowances, et cetera, are being proposed. What is being prohibited? What areas of roads are being prohibited? Because I would expect, honestly, the technical discussions that I've had with our experts, Mr. Perot and Mr. Ron and Mr. Sage, that there are some technical requirements that will not be suitable for some ATVs. And so I don't want to talk about them here because I don't want to prejudge their report. They're the experts. You, I, all of us are counting on our experts to give us their best information they can. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're back to the issue is the things that Councillor Patterson wants, which I totally support, but staff cannot have that ready or prepared for the 23rd or 28th, whatever date that meeting is. I'm sorry, I've lost track. They can't have this all these things included in that report. So it's obvious to me that we need to defer this, but deferring it means that all the items listed stay intact as part of what we discuss when the deferral comes up. And we've seen the report. We've seen the report, and we know, because some of these things may be included, some of them may not. I'm going to put forth a motion to defer. Defer with condition that these items in this motion stay intact.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Sage is back, Councillor Patterson. There's a motion to defer made. Is there a seconder for the motion to defer? Mr. McKechnie, you'd like to speak, or are you making the seconder?
No, I'd like to speak. I'd like to speak. So I just want to.
For a while, so go ahead.
I just want to confirm with the deputy mayor that, and yourself, Mayor.
Point of order. The point of order. I'm sorry, but
you're right, and I appreciate it, Deputy Mayor.
Point of order. We cannot discuss the deferral until it is.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. The deputy mayor is right. We are looking for a seconder. So you put up your card. I thought you were making the seconding. I'll ask you. Are you seconding? Are you seconding?
I wanted to get clarification on his motion to defer.
I believe Councillor Walker was seconding the motion.
Councillor Walker is putting up his card. Councillor Walker is seconding the motion to defer. Thank you. Members of council will now discuss the deferral, which then allows Councillor McKechnie. I'll give you the opportunity to speak first.
Okay, thank you. So with the deferral then, you're deferring it until the 28th, is that right, Barry? You're deferring it until the next meeting. We have to have an actual date that you're deferring it to.
I'm going to say, we can actually say we can defer it until, we're going to defer it until the staff report has been reviewed.
That's a fair statement, because we don't have to give it a specific date. We have to give a moment in time when it's going to happen, which is similar to the deferral on the speeding questions, Councillor McKechnie, because we don't have a date for when they're coming. So,
no, I agree. It's just, it can't be just sort of deferred and and not have some sort of period when we're going to revisit it.
Thank you.
We have to have an idea when to visit it. So. My only concern is that staff bring us the report on the 28th, and this council go ahead and approve the report and the bylaw without addressing the deferral. So I just want to make sure that we are going to be able to address this motion prior to any vote on any report or any bylaw.
If I may, Your Worship. That is exactly what my motion said, that all items on this deferral stay intact as part of the once the report has been reviewed.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Doug, are you okay? You all right? Okay, thank you. Mr. Sage? Would you, you've chopped in a couple of times. Sorry, I ignored you the first time. Go ahead.
No, that's okay, Your Worship, because I'm sure staff are making lots of notes and we're trying to keep track of what it is we're supposed to do. So if this deferral was to pass, Mr. Perot is going to bring his report as per the recommendation from the 27th on the 28th, which is probably going to list some roads that we are going to allow ATVs and some roads that we aren't. And he's going to tell you about who he has talked to and got advice from, for lack of a better term. But including these 4 requests by Councillor Patterson, council will debate whether to have staff take additional action on these items on the 28th as well. Is that sort of putting it together? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay.
You put it perfectly, Mr. Sage. Absolutely perfect.
And because after the council meeting tomorrow morning, the first thing staff will do is walk into my office and say, so what are we supposed to do? So I just I'm not sure whether deferral will carry or not, and that's up to council, but just so we're clear. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Sage, before you go away, all of these points and this discussion that we've had, and Councillor Patterson has brought up all of these points. These items can be discussed by council after we have the results of what the technical recommendations are, which meets the terms of Councillor Broderick's motion, which this council passed. And we can then use this information, Councillor Patterson, in a fulsome debate, which will allow each member of council the opportunity to draw upon this information and the information from the report to help them make a decision. Understood?
Yes, if I could just make one more comment. So between now and then, councillors, and I'm only going to use one example, and that's the defined public engagement. For those of us who took part in the transit review. So there's a whole bunch of councillors here who were involved in a very wholesome discussion about bringing transit to Clearview Township. The development of the question, the infrastructure, and council approval by what way we engage the public took about 4.5 months. So I just want everybody to be aware, you keep talking about what we can pull off by the 28th. It's not realistic. So a good example was the transit that all of our people were engaged in, from the time that council said do it to the time we actually had it out to the public, around that time, let's say 4 months. So just, you might say, how does that happen? I guarantee you that's how long it takes. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I acknowledge Councillor Patterson. Before you speak, Tom, are there any other members who would like to jump in too? I know, Tom, you've got certainly some assurances you're looking for. Nope. Okay, Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Okay, so thanks. I just want to understand, I heard CAO Sage say what he thought the deferral was. I heard Deputy Mayor say you got it exactly right. And then I think I heard something, I apologize if it's wrong, from the mayor. It sounded slightly different. So what I heard from the Deputy Mayor in the motion is that on the 28th, we will then talk about these 4 points as part of the review from the staff report, so that we can give direction at that time whether or not these 4 points will be added. And I thought I heard from the mayor saying that we'll do the 28th, and then sometime after that, we'll consider these 4 points. I just want to know what, so the Deputy Mayor, you made the motion. Tell me what the motion is.
Hang on a second. That would be at the will of council. The point is, Councillor Patterson, is that the original motion is asking for a report. And it's asking for a report from our experts to give us that technical information to review with 2 other municipalities as well as other agencies. And that report will be used to assist all of you and myself in making a decision on this important motion. What I would trust the Deputy Mayor's deferral recommendation is that it takes all of this information that you've presented to us tonight, including this discussion, and puts that also on the agenda for discussion following the review of the report. That's what the Deputy Mayor said.
On the 28th.
Well, we have to review the report. We can't, we're not just going to motion to receive it and have it sit there. We're going to review it, are we not?
Yes, on the 28th. That's what I'm asking. And I see the Deputy Mayor shaking his head. I just want a clarification.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
No, I'm not shaking my head. What I'm saying is on the 28th, we have the opportunity to put forth the motions that you have forward there to give staff additional instructions to provide additional information. And that's an opportunity we have on the 28th. But
Yes.
that'll be council's decision whether to do that or not.
You were shaking your head yes to what I said.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So I needed verification. That's what I'm asking.
Anybody else on the discussion of the deferral?
The other thing.
Until Councillor Lamers returns to the screen.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to say in terms of,
Discussion of the deferral, Tom, thank you.
So that it has to do with the deferral. The impression that the CIO may be leaving, I don't want it to persist, is that I'm not asking that we do have, like we're talking 2 weeks away from here. He referenced that it takes 4 months to do the transit one. Well, of course it does. I'm only asking that very type of information. I'm asking that, that's what a defined public engagement process request is about, is tell me how it would be done, including the timelines, including the dates. So it sounds to me that we're capable of doing that, but at any rate, as long as I have an understanding that these 4 points are still alive for discussion, and it'll happen as part of the review after we see the staff report, of course, so we can make some judgment. Fine.
Yes.
Got it. Members of council, you're all present. I will say we have a deferral motion. I want to confirm with the clerk that she has the information in the deferral correctly recorded.
Yes, I do, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been complicated, so I want to make sure. Thank you.
And it's going to be a recorded vote and then I like to just have it read it, like I usually ask you to read it.
Oh, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you be able to read back what you have prepared, and that'll give us confidence. Madam Clerk, oh, there you are. Hello. Would you be able to read back what you have prepared?
Sure, I can certainly do that, Your Worship. So the motion is to defer, and being that the items in the motion stay intact until the staff report has been reviewed by council.
Thank you. Hello, Kayla. Oh, she's gone again. Council, hello.
Sorry, on the 28th, you missed that. On the 28th.
Well, we're receiving it on the 28th. That's the direction of the previous motion.
No, but it's not in the motion. Didn't mention that. It was deferred, but not to what date.
Yes. We're going to review it, and then we're going to have a discussion about this.
On the 28th is what I'm asking.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, is that correct?
If you want us to tie it to that date, I was concerned about tying it to a specific date because it could go on longer. You know, the discussion could go on longer, and which would allow the deferral to go on longer. But if you want to tie it to a date, Tom, I'll support that. But I just wanted, that's why I specifically said, instead of giving it a date, to be done after the review of the report. And I didn't want to tie us to a date, but you seem to want to do it. So it's your call. If you want it, you want to do that friendly amendment, I'll support it.
I'm just looking for understanding. Are you suggesting that we may not be able to do any of this on the 28th or just?
Not at all.
I suspect it's going to happen on the 28th, but who knows what discussions are going to go on that we don't even get to the deferral part. And then all of a sudden, then we're forced to do something when we haven't had a good review of the report, because maybe we want to wait and review the report longer before we start discussing these other items. I hate having to make such an important decision on the fly at the night of the meeting.
So I agree with that. If that happens, I appreciate the consideration. If that happens, then we will say the same thing we're saying tonight. These still are active, and we'll discuss them, and the council will decide if we have that discussion post the long meeting that we expect on the 28th. Or if we need to seek more information, I'm okay with that, as long as these items stay alive before we make a final decision.
They're on the agenda. If we pass this motion, it will be a part of our work detail ahead of us to review the staff report. All right, use that information, discuss these items, and come to a decision. If you tag the date on it, Councillor Patterson, to the Deputy Mayor's point, you're putting the pressure on to make that decision, and that's not a healthy way to make decisions. You want to make sure that we have opportunity to review the information. So I think it's respectful the way the Deputy Mayor has put forward this deferral.
I'll accept that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Council, you've heard the motion. It has been read. I'm not looking for anything else. Does anybody else get any other motions on this or any questions on this? I'm prepared to call the motion on the motion to defer made by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Walker. Members of council, all those in favor? Opposed? No vote. Councillor McKechnie, I did not see a vote. Can I have all those in favor again, please, so I see it clearly? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, and those opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. The motion will be deferred. Thank you very much. I don't know about you guys. I need to stand up for a second. Okay, my back is aching.
Your worship, we're coming up on 9:32, 9:30 as well, so we may want to do that other motion. Where'd he go?
Thank you. No problem. You're absolutely right, Councillor McKechnie. I didn't even look at the clock until you just mentioned it when I was standing up for a second. So rock and roll. To all of our staff that are joining us, we're going to put off a few of these, and then when it comes to 9:30, we will have that motion prepared. So I would ask that the clerk have that motion prepared at 9:30. And I'm going to recommend that it be made by Councillor McKechnie. How's that? There you go. Okay, council department reports. We're at community services, CS 035-2020. It's a zoning bylaw amendment to reduce the waste disposal assessment area in Stayner. We talked about this. We had a public meeting a while ago on it. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1. Receive report CS 035-2020 report for information. And item 2. Passes zoning bylaw amendment number 20-41 for lands located within Stayner as it relates to the waste disposal assessment area, also known as the WDAA. Members of council, do I have a mover and seconder on the motion? Where are we? Deputy Mayor Burton, seconded by Councillor Lamers. Mayor Burton is joining us. Nice to see you tonight. Would you have any comments you would like to throw in here?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I'll be quite brief, just to say that this is a good news story, that development will be allowed to happen within the waste disposal assessment area, and that we are recommending approval of that bylaw tonight.
Excellent. It was a good report. Any members of council with questions of Ms. Burton or other members of staff? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. We also have the Committee of Adjustment report. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1. Receive CS 036-2020, the Committee of Adjustment for August 2020 report for information. Can I have a mover and seconder on the Committee of Adjustment? Mr. Burton and Mr. Broderick. Mr. Burton, do you have any comments about this, or does any staff want to comment, or is there anything in that we need to discuss?
I'm sorry, did you say Mr. Burton or did you say Miss Burton?
Actually, I could have said both because sir, I know you're on the Committee of Adjustment, Deputy Mayor. So is there anything on that report that we should be aware of, or should we just carry on?
No, they were pretty standard applications. No complications, no objections to any of them that I recall. So.
Yeah. And you're meeting by Zoom, are you not? You're doing Zoom meetings?
That is correct. We have Zoom meetings and we take the vote, and and the applicants often are there in the meeting too to answer questions, and any decisions we approve, by the way, has a 20-day appeal period.
Excellent. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of council, if there's no further questions, I am prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. That carries. Okay, Parks, Recreation, and Culture. We're on page 6, PCR 015-2020. This is the Clearview Youth Center reopening plan. Outstanding. Terry Vachon, nice to have you join us. Recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1. Receive PCR 015-2020, the Clearview Youth Center reopening plan report for information. And item 2, approve the Youth Center Reopening Plan 2020 as presented. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Mover, Mr. Walker, Mr. Broderick. Hello, Courtney Rogers. There's a face I haven't seen in a long time either. Nice to see you. Mr. Vachon or Ms. Rogers, would you like to comment on the report?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, at this time, with your permission, I'd like to invite Mrs. Rogers to explain her report, and we're both here available for questions if you have some.
Excellent. Thank you. Hi, Courtney.
Hello, Your Worship, and good evening, members of council. So yes, we are now in phase 3. We have been for a few weeks, and for the reopening of the economy, and that does include recreation facilities, which does encompass the youth center. So we are getting prepared to open, and we've created a plan which was attached to my council report, and it has been worked through with the health unit. We've had them in once 2 weeks ago, and then we're going to have them in again next week to just go through the center, check everything over, and basically everything that we're doing is based on a recommendation from the health unit. So we're just looking for approval to reopen. And, every day this week since school's been back in, kids have been dropping by. They want to get back to a normal, and, the kits have been really wonderful, but there's really something about that in-person connection that the youth of Clearview are certainly missing. And I think we need to reopen to just be there for them again.
Courtney, that in-person thing is exactly what we've been talking about for the last 2 hours. Thank you very much for that report. Any members of council with questions of our staff regarding this youth center reopening plan? Any members? Seeing none, I would encourage you to obviously follow the direction of the Simcoe County District Health Unit, which I know you have been doing. And please be cautious. We want to make sure that you remain safe, as well as the people who participate there. Members of council, you've heard the motion. I'm prepared to call the motion. No further questions. All those in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you very much, Courtney. Good luck. Nice to see you. Ms. Clerk is here. Did you want to bring in your motion right now, Madam Clerk?
Sure. So the motion is just be it resolved that Council of Township of Clearview hereby extend the meeting past 9:30 p.m.
Thank you. Can I have it moved by Councillor McKechnie? He's not putting up his hand this time. Okay. All right. I'm just teasing you, Doug, because you brought it up before. I'll go with Councillor McKechnie and the Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Those opposed? Okay, those in favor. Thank you. Procedural bylaw material. Good discussion. Okay, where are we? Reopening of the Stain Arena. Mr. Vachon is still with us. Let's have that report now. PCR 016-2020. Be it resolved that Council of the Township Clearview hereby one, receive PCR 016-2020, the reopening of the Stainer Arena report for information. Mover and seconder, and then we'll go to Mr. Vachon. Mover, Mr. Broderick, seconded by Mr. Walker. Thank you, gentlemen. And Mr. Vachon.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship.
The ice is important to this whole community, and tell us a little bit about it, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So just, as council can see, the report is extensive with a lot of information. We've worked pretty hard on putting these plans together. We have, I guess, 2 points that I'd like to make. The first one is, there's a lot of communities that have already opened up their arenas or their community centers, and there's still some communities that are actually still have the facilities closed. So we're kind of like in the middle. We've looked at our neighbors to see, what they're doing, how things are working, what's not working, and I've kind of adapted and taken all that information in to put forward this report with my recommendations on how to proceed. Also, these recommendations are just recommendations at this point. Things change every day, as we know. Right now we are in phase 3, and that can change tomorrow. These recommendations are part of phase 3. So as long as the province keeps the communities in phase 3, then these recommendations are all still valid. But if we change to phase 2 tomorrow because of a recirculation of COVID, then this may change. Also, I just want to state that the safety of our staff and the safety of our public is what's most important here. And I think I put forward some recommendations to assure council and the township that staff and the public are safe at all times. And we're taking a step-by-step approach to make sure that things, business works, the users respect the rules and everybody follows them as we see fit. So I'm available for any questions you may have, Your Worship.
It's not as simple as it appears, that's for sure. And I thank you for this report and the details of it. Members of council, any questions of Mr. Vachon regarding the report about reopening the arena? Anybody? Can I ask a brief, yes, Councillor Patterson? Yes, no, yes, he has one. And then Councillor Walker. Go ahead, Mr. Patterson first. Oh, I think you're muted there, Tom. Try that mute button. Click.
I just want to say stunningly good example of the work that staff has to do to open up a facility. I was trying to go through it again. I'll be honest with you. It was so long and there was a couple other things on my mind. I didn't go completely. I did a quick read through it and I was trying to do it right now. What are we saying about washrooms? I'm worried about the hygienic part of it. There's so much of it in there. I didn't see a specific reference to washrooms. So tell me what I missed and, with that regard.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Certainly a big item that we've discussed a lot about washrooms. Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Patterson. So as you see in my report, we're recommending a soft opening and a hard opening. During the soft opening, the dressing rooms are to remain closed. They will not be used, so those washrooms obviously will be closed as well. We will be offering the washrooms in the lobby only, and we plan to clean and disinfect the washrooms at certain intervals. It really depends on a final schedule. We don't know yet what that final schedule looks like. So if we get no rentals during the day, obviously the washrooms don't need to be cleaned at that point. But if we're extremely busy in the evenings, then those washrooms will be cleaned frequently. As of Monday, so as of this morning, we actually went and looked at a new fogging machine. So it's a new technology that's out there to fog certain rooms. And from what we saw today, we think that the fogger will work in our favor. It will do a good job, and we think that will save us time in being able to disinfect the washrooms at all times. So I guess in a nutshell, Councillor Patterson, we feel confident that we'll be able to clean the washrooms effectively and often enough.
Thank you. Could you just point out to me in the report where that is? The reason I'm asking is, as you know, and you're considering, we have other requests to open up public washrooms, and just want to refer to.
So through your worship, it's going to be in my COVID-19 arena protocol. So it's actually in the
I'm in there now.
Plans.
To the appendix, yeah.
And I mean, it's an extensive report. It's in the plan. Sorry about that. Can't find it right off the bat, Your Worship, but I can definitely forward you that, Councillor.
Okay, that's fine. If you could do that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Walker, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Your Worship. That was one question I had, was washrooms. And the second question I had was, have you had an opportunity to look at a fogger, which you have today? And I believe that the fogger will likely be more advantageous for more than just washrooms. I believe that it can be utilized over the seating if you ever get to that next phase. I guess the other question I have is, if and when you have the opportunity to start up ice on rink 2, in Creemore, how long would that take to move that along and put that ice in to get things rolling there?
Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Walker. It typically takes about 3 weeks to prepare the plant, prepare the ice surface, and make the ice. Typically, it's a good 3 weeks. If we hustle and some of our contractors that helped paint the ice and get it ready for us are easily available, we might be able to do it within 2, but usually 3 weeks is the norm.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your report. It's not an easy position to be in to try and make things work with all the different organizations and what their rules and regulations are, and that. So concessions will be closed, so there's no question about having to worry about any of that stuff at this point.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Lamers is in there. I'm looking for any other cards. Thank you. Councillor Lamers, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 quick questions. With that fogger, do you have to lock the washrooms down for a period of time? Or is it environmentally friendly? And will you eventually be able to use them in the change rooms? And
Terry?
then
Sorry.
the last one is some of the hockey teams are bigger teams. Are you going to be able to mandate your minimum 50 in there with all the outside teams coming in?
Terry?
So through you, Your Worship. So for the first 3 questions, Councillor Lamers, the answer is yes to all the above. So yes, we need to close down the washrooms. Yes, the product is environmentally friendly. And I forget what the third one was, but the answer was yes for that one as well. Regarding your fourth question, yeah, so every user is going to be different, Councillor Lamers. So some of the major users like the Siskins or the Clearview Minor Hockey, they have their own protocols that they're going to have to meet, set forth by their associations. And those protocols that they have has to meet the provincial guidelines as well. So we're going to be working hand in hand with those users to make sure that we're all following the rules. So to answer your question, yeah, we will be able to keep the crowd or the people in the building under 50. I feel confident. In some of the other groups that are a little smaller, like the figure skating groups, that shouldn't be a problem as well. I think coordinating the access in and out of the building will be our biggest challenge, especially during the hard opening. So for the soft opening, dressing rooms aren't available. They just walk in, they have their event, they leave. That's pretty easy. If we reach phase 4, or if after we do the hard opening, people aren't respectful, then we're going to have to take extra measure to make sure that the 50 is being met.
Excellent. Anybody else? Okay. This was a long read for me, by the way, Terry, and I did, as Councillor Patterson mentioned, I did skim through some of these sections because it didn't sort of apply to me, but I can tell you that I have great confidence that you and your staff will be able to execute this. I'm very hopeful that the user groups will be able to be cooperative and participate with you. Can you assure me that you've done some consultation and you have a good feeling?
Absolutely, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm very confident that our users are going to respect the rules. And the reason why I say that is because they have also their association rules to follow as well. So it's not a free-for-all for everybody. They have to follow their rules. We're going to have rules for them to follow. I feel very confident in the user groups, our regular users. I feel very, very confident. The walk-ins or the shinny hockeys or the last-minute rentals, those are going to be a little bit more challenging after December the 1st, but I have full confidence in our user groups that they will meet, if not exceed, our expectations.
Great. And the last comment I can make, unless there's anybody else, all of these rules, of course, are subject to change, which is, that's been the biggest challenge, dealing with this whole crisis is that in a moment's notice, it all changes. And as you know, and we all know, the numbers are continuing to increase at this time. We're over 300 again back in the province. So change could come from the province tomorrow morning. And it's all subject to change. So good luck with that, Terry. Thank you for managing this. And a heck of a report, believe me. Anybody else? All right, I don't have any other thing further. I think we got a mover and seconder on this motion. So thank you, Terry. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Heck of a report. Okay, we're going to move to Public Works. We've got some demolition work that needs to be done. So we've got a recommendation. I believe Mr. Perot was there. Hello, Mr. Perot again. Public Works, PW 020. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, receive report PW 020-2020 regarding the demolition of structures at 2 locations in the Township of Clearview. And item 2, approve the tender submitted by Nick and Andy Pipe Service in the amount of $29,992.20, HST included. A mover and seconder on the motion, please. Mr. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Deneen. Mr. Perot, do you have any comments on this demolition work or the report?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just pretty straightforward tenders. They're recent purchases for future infrastructure upgrades that the municipality is endeavoring to take for development in the area. We've purchased these properties and they have structures on them that just need to be removed. So we want to get a contractor in there to do those properly. And this particular contractor, as I understand, have worked for the municipality in the past successfully. So they were low bid on a pretty vigorous tendering process. I think there was 11 or 12 contractors.
Yes, it was vigorous indeed. Okay, well, that's great. Can you assure us that while they will be in the demolition business, are they removing the materials and safely discarding them appropriately so that they're meeting all the requirements of disposing of these things? I'm mostly interested in the trailer that's over at the pump site.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the stipulations of the tender, and that all materials, water, any other materials that they might encounter are disposed of properly in the appropriate disposal areas, disposal fleets.
Good. All right. Thank you. Any questions to Mr. Perot, Council? All right. We've got a mover and seconder on the motion. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Yeah, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perot. All right. Legislative Services. Back to Pam. Hello, Pam. Routine disclosure policy. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive LS 011-2020, the routine disclosure policy report for information. And Sarah Corbett is joining us on this one. Excellent. Nice to see you. Can I get a mover and seconder on this motion, please? Broderick and Burton. And hello, Ms. Corbett. Thank you for waiting. Unmute. Are you there?
I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship. Good evening, Council. Just a quick comment about my report. As you know, as a township, we produce a lot of information. Quite often, some of it is confidential, but quite often it is not. It is subject to being public information, and it is available. However, what this policy does is it seeks to improve the public access to that information. It allows for the sharing without the formal FOI request. And basically, we can, as long as MFIPA is upheld, so the Privacy Act is upheld, we can release that information to the requester without having to go through the formal FOI process.
Excellent. Streamlining the process, making it easier access for the public. I think that's a good idea. Anybody else with any questions to Ms. Corbett or the clerk? Seeing none. Oh, perhaps there is. Councillor Patterson, go ahead. You're muted again, I believe, Tom.
Just
There you go.
Thank you very much. So we've had some issues. I'm glad to see we're streamlining it. The authority to honor the request lies with the clerk's office. Nothing changed there.
Yeah.
And the size, the quantity, all that sort of thing. How do we distinguish between a meaningful request and a frivolous one? All the same rules. Nothing's really changed there.
So as far as frivolous requests, I mean, that falls under, I think maybe Pam wants to speak. Did you want to speak to that, Pam?
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Patterson, so it'll be on a case-by-case basis. What we want to do is we just want to open up things a little bit more. So we're trying to be a little bit more transparent, and we don't want people to have to go through an FOI request if there's no need to. In saying that though, you know, there has to be some limitations because unfortunately there are some people that, you know, may try to take advantage of the system too. So we're opening it up so that things are easier for folks. And we're going to continue to monitor it, and we're going to continue to build on it too, because this is just the starting point. So there's a lot more documents that we can add to this list. And as we go forward through the process, I know Sarah's going to keep it up to date, and we're going to look at best practices. And we're also going to look at some of the case law that's coming out of the IPC office to determine what we can freely release to the public, because they are government documents. And as Sarah said, they're not all privileged. So certainly we want to share what we can.
Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, thank you. Would it be a burden if we asked for a downstream report, let's say 6 months, just assuming it's all working well, and you can just say it is, or making some adjustments? Hopefully you're not back before the 6 months with some changes.
Yeah, so certainly the clerk's office is doing quite a bit of work with the legislation to begin with, and this is just part of it. So certainly I expect that there will be a comprehensive report coming forward to council at some point in the future. And we might even ask council for some support in the future for legislation review. So get ready for that. So it will be coming forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else, any questions of our staff for this very important item? Very good. My quick point I would like to ask, and that is simple. When we do provide information, are we simply just emailing people? Is that the way we're doing it, or are we still going through the process of creating paper and handing it out as paper? I mean, what's our policy right now?
Your worship, it really depends on what is requested by the constituents, the people that are requesting the information. Some people love to work through email, and we absolutely will accommodate that. However, some people do really like their information on printed paper for whatever reason. Some folks, it's accessibility. Some people don't have access to internet or computer or things like that. So we really do work to try and accommodate to those that are requesting the information.
Okay. I knew that was the answer, but I'm just concerned that, you know, as we move ahead with greater use of technology, scanning documents and firing them off on an email is a whole lot simpler.
Oh, absolutely, your worship, absolutely. However, there are some cases when the documents are just so large and we don't have a scanner large enough for them, that they actually do have to come into the office to review them. Their review, they can come in and things like that, but we are struggling with that a little bit.
Okay, as well as
in small cases.
Sure. And some historical documents too might be difficult to scan, you know, that kind of thing. I understand.
We are getting there with those ones.
Madam Clerk.
Yeah, so I'll be quick because I know this has been a really long night for everyone, but you know, the challenge we have with the privacy legislation is there's so many different problems there's a lot of challenges there. But you know, when it came into existence, it was 1990. So just think about what the office equipment was back then. The predominant office equipment was the fax machine. Now we don't use faxes hardly ever. I think maybe I use them once a month, and it's for some document I have to send. But you know, it just doesn't happen. And The legislation has been very slow to evolve, and that's one of the things that we are trying to focus on is modernizing the legislation so that we can send documents by email. And the reason I'm referring back to the legislation is that routine disclosure is part of that legislation. So Sarah's right. If people ask for paper, we have to give them paper. If people ask for email, we give them email. But that's kind of what we're working with right now. But we're working to change it. So.
All right.
Stay tuned.
Thank you. And I look forward to attending part of that meeting with Minister Thompson about these very topics, changes to the legislation. Okay, Council, good discussion. Anybody else? Nothing further? Oh, yes, Councillor Patterson. You've muted again, Tom. I'm not sure what's going on with your computer there.
I don't know. I keep getting a notice saying it's been remuted.
Okay.
Thank you. Any AODA issues that came up or you think need to be considered with this policy?
Madam Clerk?
People are asking for documents and you know what the issue is.
Myself. No, so we always take accessibility into account with everything we do, Councillor. So there's no need to incorporate it because it's just part of our corporate culture now.
So standard practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Sarah, for your patience. Council, I have a motion. I have a mover and seconder. I'm looking to call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. All righty. Moving down the agenda, bylaws, waste disposal assessment area. Recommendation. Be it resolved that bylaw number 20-41 being a bylaw a zoning bylaw amendment. Start again. Be it resolved that bylaw number 20-41 being a zoning bylaw amendment for the waste disposal assessment area on lands within the settlement area of Stayner be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed on this 14th day of September 2020. A mover and seconder on the bylaw, please. Broderick and Lamers. Broderick and Lamers, thank you very much. Council, you've heard the bylaw. We've had a discussion earlier in the meeting. I'll prepare to call the motion. Any questions? All those in favor? And the motion carries. Thank you. Notice of motion, item 13, Councillor Patterson, procedure bylaw review. So, Councillor Patterson, I will read the motion. I assume you're making the motion. And then I'll look for a seconder and we'll have a discussion. Recommendation, whereas it is fundamental to achieving good governance that councillors conduct themselves in a fair and respectful way, guided by rules of procedure. And whereas the Clearview clerks have from time to time developed new, modified existing provisions in our procedure bylaw to reflect better the composition and conduct of the sitting council. And whereas a pending review of the current procedure bylaw number 12-19 has been long overdue as a result of COVID-19 provisions. And whereas a recent deliberation by council has made necessary a review of how reports to council and notices of motion are treated with respect to deferrals, be it resolved that Clearview Council convene a workshop in September in person or by video as safe practices allow to deliberate on the many serious changes to procedure before us, not the least being council composition and size, as well as procedural matters. Okay, Councillor Patterson, I assume you're going to move this motion. Can I ask for a seconder on the motion? Councillor McKechnie is seconding the motion. Councillor Patterson, as always, I give the mover the opportunity to present. Please go right ahead.
Thank you. This I put forward in support of legislative services, the clerk's office, and their staff. There's been some discussion for some time, as I said, that procedural bylaw is prepared now. Since I put this as a notice of motion, I had a brief discussion with the clerk this afternoon. If I leave it up to the clerk to peg a date for us, because it is a work that she wants to bring to council. I think she suggested October, but if the clerk wants to speak to that, and I'll leave the rest to council question.
So
I muted myself, sorry. Go ahead, Madam.
So through your worship to Councillor Patterson and the rest of council, the deputy clerk and I have finalized the presentation and it's been ready to go for quite some time. There might be a few little modifications that we have to do, but we're ready to go whenever council is. We're getting towards the end of September though, so it says a September date, but you know, Brenda and I are open to whenever is good for council to meet.
Well, I would suggest we do it not the 28th, if that's okay.
Oh, come on, that would be great.
Well, hey, don't put me on. I will go for it, but based on the discussion, I would say, what do you think? First meeting in October?
Well, I think councillor, so maybe we can leave it with the mayor to determine a date because I think it shouldn't be on a council date because it is going to be a lot of information to digest. So
that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's good to have a standalone meeting. You know, so my recommendation would be to leave it with the mayor and he can establish a date with council, check everybody's availability.
I'll accept a friendly amendment that says instead of September on the call of the chair.
I think that'd be appropriate.
If someone wants to make that friendly amendment.
Are you going to make the amendment yourself then, Tom?
I'm okay with it. If you
the seconder on the motion, Councillor McKechnie, has indicated with a thumbs up. All right,
Yeah,
so thank
that's
you.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
with that.
And if I could ask the clerk just to make sure that she marks that in that one, we'll have a discussion again. Any members of council have any questions or comments about this motion? Questions to Councillor Patterson? Okay, getting pretty worn down here, folks. I would like to just offer some commentary. Councillor Patterson, your motion is completely correct, that there is a pending review of this procedure bylaw. It's been long overdue. It was absolutely the intention to hold this sometime in July. Well, that's when we last discussed this, and that obviously didn't happen, mostly because of COVID. You know, I had great aspirations that we would be having council meetings in person once again, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. I do feel that this procedural bylaw review, Councillor Patterson, should be done in the form of a council meeting, whereas I have proposed the council workshop for the 23rd. So there's a distinction in that, to be clear. It will be an official council meeting where motions and decisions get made rather than workshop where you know, we learn information and we build consensus about projects together, and then we bring them back to another meeting. So that's where I'm hoping that this is going to go with this type of meeting. The other thing I want to point out is that the size and composition of council, that is something that has been discussed informally around our council. When we were able to meet in person, I remember distinctly having 3 councillors in this room, and we had a discussion about that we need to look at that sometime this term. So whether or not we include that in this actual procedural bylaw review, because that could be a very long discussion, I don't know. I'm prepared to accept the motion as presented, but when we get to the meeting, we may not get to that important item. So I think there's a lot of information that needs to be brought forward. I know, Pam, you want to speak, but you know, I want to give you a bit of a break there too, if you don't mind.
Okay, my husband just brought me some dinner, so I'm just
nice.
Yeah, it's 10:00 at night. So the thing is, Brenda and I, we prepared a presentation for the procedure bylaw review. We weren't planning on doing council composition. That's a whole other ball of wax. So we wouldn't mind some direction from council though to undergo the review, and we can come up with something, but that's a whole other discussion. So for those of you that were here before, that's huge. And we want to make sure that we're putting the time and effort into it that it deserves. So the meeting that we're talking about during this is just to review the procedures.
Correct. And I absolutely support that. And that's why I wanted to speak in support of Councillor Patterson's motion here, that we do need to do this review of our procedural bylaw. And I think that there are some things that we've learned as councillors by doing meetings in this form that obviously we need to do a little bit better in our procedure bylaw. The other aspect of whether we actually break to committee or not is still sort of on the table. That was discussed, if you all recall, at our, perhaps Councillor Deneen, you weren't there because that was a discussion that we had very early in this term. And that still has not sort of developed. But anyway, listen, the composition and the size and so on, I would ask Councillor Patterson that we remove that at this time, only because I think I agree with the clerk that that is a big issue that may take much more than just one specific council meeting. I think we should review the procedures and then take a look at that as a separate item. But I certainly encourage it needs to happen this term. I've spoken about it before and I know we all have. So Councillor Patterson, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's in line with what both of you have been saying. It's something we need to get to. It's much bigger than what we can do on the next meeting. It is in line with some of the provisions that we would make in a procedural bylaw. So I just want it on our minds when we do the work that the clerk has intended for this meeting to do. Given the news I just heard from the deputy mayor regarding the RGR, we probably wouldn't get as far in the discussion anyways right now, pending what the county does with their own composition. Just as long as for those who aren't familiar with what might happen when we, for example, looked at changing the wards, this is a big subject and it takes a while to think it through. And even if we just say, this is what we will be talking about over the next couple of months, introduce what has to be done, whether it's committee of the whole, how many councillors we have, will there be a deputy mayor position? These all depend, some of this depends on the RGR, of course. So that's the only reason I put it in. If you take it out, there's no issue, someone mentioning it during the review that the clerks have in store for us just at the end of the session, that sort of thing, next step. So I'm okay with that. So, so I'm not sure if you made a friendly amendment with regards to including it as part of a meeting, call of the chair. I'm okay with that as well. And not the workshop, but just recognizing that we'd have to do it not an hour before our meeting, but maybe at noon, 1 o'clock. Give it some time. Whatever time you think the clerks think they need.
Of course. I certainly see us having this discussion sometime in October. And I think that we can find the time to do that. Again, we do have some members of council that have work schedules. I'm always looking at you, Councillor Lamers. We all have work, but I know Councillor Lamers has some specified work schedules. And so that's important to try to maintain that. So yeah, we'll find the time, we'll find the date. I will communicate with all of you as I have in regards to any proposed meeting dates. That would be the procedure that I would like to follow. And I would ask if you would make the friendly amendment, Councillor Patterson, to just separate out this business of council composition. I don't think that it's happening at the same time. So we can hold 2 meetings.
I'm okay with that. You can take that out. And if you want to change the workshop, convene a workshop to include it on the council agenda, then you can make that friendly amendment too.
All right.
That was your suggestion. I'm just asking if you wanted me.
That's my suggestion. Madam Clerk, are you comfortable with all that? You got that understood?
Yes, Your Worship, I'll make the changes to the resolution. I still think we need a separate day to review this, but I'll leave it at your discretion.
Well, I think we could have I personally think we could have a council meeting where we make some decisions about the procedure bylaw. And then we could do a workshop where we discuss how we could go about making council composition changes. And so they could be held in one meeting. We just, bring the meeting to a conclusion and start another meeting as a workshop. I mean, that's how we could do that. That's my feeling on it. Yes, go ahead.
So to the clerk, Pam, are you suggesting that we should have a separate meeting in a workshop style for the work that the clerks have to present to us? Or are you suggesting that the workshop for composition, which would come later, should be in a workshop?
So right now, Councillor, I'm not looking at composition at all. I was waiting on the county to make a decision, and seeing that didn't happen. I think we have to kind of go back and talk to the county people and see what's happening there and see if they feel a change is going to be done this term or next term of office. When it comes to the procedure bylaw, certainly the presentation that we've developed, it's really kind of an educational one, as well as asking for some decisions to be made. So, whatever context that's in, we'll need a few hours with council. So I'll leave it up to the mayor. I can talk to the mayor about it further. I don't want to take up any more of people's time tonight. It's pretty late.
I'm fine.
So we'll figure it out. Just leave it with the mayor and we'll figure it out.
Good, thanks.
I will endeavor to communicate with all members. Councillor McKechnie, you had your card up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to go to bed as well, and but I'm just one question. For Pam, why do we have to wait until we hear from the county regarding the RGR before we deal with the council composition and size? What have they got to do with it? Can we not make our own determination?
Yeah, so you can make your own determination, Councillor. The challenge becomes the deputy mayor position. So every municipality needs a mayor. Not every municipality has a deputy mayor. And the challenge we ran into with the last ward review was that the mayor and deputy mayor position were required because of the Simcoe County composition. So we couldn't touch those positions. So if council, maybe there just needs to be a discussion about, the need for the deputy mayor's position and, how that evolves, but it will certainly reflect on the numbers that are suggested. I've heard anywhere from 5 to 7 to keeping 9. So really that's kind of what we're waiting on. And we were hoping the county would have had a decision, but it looks like it's just going to be a little bit further out.
Does that help, Councillor McKechnie?
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the deputy mayor sort of foils us again, so. Anyway, no, that's good. I didn't realize.
Hang on here. It's not the deputy mayor, it's county council that decides. But, if status quo stays and mayor and deputy mayor still sit on council, it still does mean that we can absolutely reduce the number of wards and reduce the size of our council, whether there's a mayor and deputy mayor or not.
Right. Yeah. So we have to to the point where we have to give it a little bit of time yet before we can make a decision, because if the upper tier government makes a decision that we can't impact. So, okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
We'll give them a little bit more time and we'll deal with it.
Yeah, fair enough. So that's why I brought it all up, because the motion included it. I'm glad that Councillor Patterson agrees to separate it. Whew, we've got some amended motion. We got a motion on the floor to have this discussion. We got to move in seconder. Any further questions? We understand where we're going. We're all good. I'm pausing because I'm just making sure everybody's heads are up. Okay. Yes. Members of council, I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? You guys are already ahead of me. Good job. Thank you, council. Thank you. Bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting. Recommendation be it resolved. Bylaw number 20-60. Being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the September 14th council meeting, 2020. Be presented to read a first, second, and third time and finally pass on the 14th of September 2020. It's not the 15th yet, so we're going to still be at the 14th. Deputy Mayor Burton, Councillor Kneen. You've heard the motion. All those in favor? And carries. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Be it resolved, the council meeting be adjourned at, what does that say? 10:07. 10:08. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Janine. All those in favor? Thank you, members of council. That carries. These are really getting to be long meetings, and I appreciate the input from all of our staff. I know that it takes a lot of time and effort to come to this, so thank you to all of our staff, and thank you to all of our councilors. All the best. Have a good night.
Birthday cake time.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.